Test. Test. Test.
We'll start the pre-meeting. Don't see anybody from the county. Is anybody coming tonight, Rick? Is anybody coming tonight, Rick?
Chair Schuman, while we're waiting, I do have a question. You may have noticed training on the agenda, and you may have noticed that it's before the discussion of the ordinance, but I'm assuming you will want to move that to afterwards so that you can, so that these people don't have to sit through my boring presentation for an hour.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So you'll move that down on the agenda, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then just a couple other items. One thing when we get to the planning director's comments, I'll be giving you, when we do have updates on different projects, ordinances and things like that, I'll be letting you know what happened as far as voting with the county commission on items that maybe you forwarded on so that you kind of know where things land. Most of the time they approve what you recommend, but not always. So just so you guys are aware of those things.
Are you doing that tonight?
We didn't have anything to really update you on, only one thing, and I'll update you on that as well.
Do you want to move the remarks about John to the beginning?
Yeah, so we can introduce our new planning
I
commission.
think that would probably be a good idea. Do you want me to, do you want to do that?
We can even do that right now while we're just waiting, but we can do that in the formal meeting too. We do have a recognition for John that we will be getting him the clock when he was here and when he left. He was here for quite some time and did just a great job. He was chair while he was on the planning commission, and he served 2 terms doing that. And it was always great to just lead the meeting in a great direction. And he just brought a lot of valuable insight that will be missed. But today we've been doing just a whirlwind with Basin Johnson. He is our new planning commissioner, and we're excited to have him aboard. We have done training with him. We've spent a few hours just updating him on Nordic and going through everything on that. And so he's going to be a great addition to us.
Awesome. Welcome, Jason. Where do you live?
So I'm up in Huntsville, so
cool.
just off of First Street, all the way up to Monte Cristo.
Nice.
So been there. Family settled Liberty back whenever Liberty was settled, right in the 1800s. So it's good to be back up here, and I've been up here for a couple of years. So it's been awesome.
Awesome. Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, well, yeah, I think we'll move that to the front meeting and we'll do that. So with that, with the pre-meeting, Scott, do we have anything you want to talk about?
So Commissioners, you should have received a whole bunch of public comments that we've been adding to throughout the weeks that we've been reviewing this. We also have a packet in front of you with an updated red line that we can go through with any questions you might have, with any changes that we've discussed over the last several weeks. As you guys have reviewed that packet, is there anything in particular you'd like to talk about in this pre-meeting?
Another question. So has anything changed on this form-based code for Nordic Valley since our last meeting?
Not necessarily. The only thing that we've changed are the changes that we discussed in the work session. So as you'll recall, we went through the use table, changed some uses from permitted to conditionally permitted or not permitted. Those changes are now reflected in your packet. The red line that you see in there is a comparison document between the original proposal that we reviewed on the 22nd of March and the changes that have been made up until what we reviewed on the 5th. What we reviewed on the 5th, the only thing that's changed since then is those uses in the table that we discussed. We struck that workforce housing paragraph. But what you'll see in there, the red lines are only what has changed between the 22nd and then today. Okay. So we reviewed a substantial draft on the 22nd, a lot more red lines in that draft on the 22nd. Since the 22nd, we've discussed some changes in work session. We've updated this draft just to show what has changed since that point in time, just to help with your readability.
You're saying you struck the workforce housing?
Yeah, so if you look in, so it's still listed as a use in the use table. So if a developer wants to build workforce housing, they can. But we have stricken the special regulations that allows for, where we had talked about potentially allowing up to 5% as free density. Our discussion on the 5th ended where we said, we'll strike this from the form-based village zoning ordinance. We'll address it individually in a development agreement. So if we would like to allow for workforce housing to be allowed with any sort of free density or any sort of cap, if we say you can build up to 5% workforce housing, we could still do that in a development agreement that is specific to a rezone and the developer's entitlements. What we've done in this draft is we have stricken the special regulations, and I can show you on which page that is. But we have left it in the use table because it is still an applicable use if somebody would like to build workforce housing.
And where is that stricken in here? What page is that on?
It is. Thank you. And then also on page 62, where it talks about density transfers, transferable development rights, there was a paragraph that indicated that a dwelling specifically devoted to the housing of employees working in this local service industry and earning less than 80% of the county's median household income does not count towards density allowances and are not required to be established through transferable development rights. So we've stricken that language as well.
Remember, we had discussion on it. I don't remember deciding one way or the other. Whether we were going to keep them in.
There are a lot of ideas that were kind of tossed around during that discussion, and ultimately what I think we landed on, unless you guys think differently, was we would take it out of the form-based village zoning ordinance and we would address it specifically in a development agreement on a case-by-case basis.
Because we had some issues with, one of the concerns the county was discussing is they want
so that's so difficult that we kind of, I think we fell on.
I really like the idea of incentivizing employee housing on site or very close nearby to keep people off the roads. The way this is written now, would that require TDRs to do that?
If we were to re-add what has been stricken, it would not require TDRs. So this paragraph on page 62, you see stricken in red.
Yes.
It is saying that if you are going to build a dwelling unit that is specifically devoted to the housing of employees that earn less, equal to or less than 80% of the county's median household income, then that density does not count toward density allowances and are not required to be established through transferable development rights, or in other words, free density. If you were to build that type of a product and set it aside specifically for that type of a tenant, it would have to be deed restricted, it would have to be kept as an affordable unit, not a market rate unit.
Okay, but that, if we unstruck this paragraph on page 62, that would allow such a thing to be in a development agreement.
If we wanted to write that into a development agreement, yeah, we could do that.
But if we keep it struck as you proposed here, it couldn't be part of a development agreement.
Right. So keep in mind, a development agreement can be reviewed administratively or legislatively. And if we review it legislatively, then we can add some of these things in because it is something that is being decided as a legislative item. So it can differ from the code.
The challenge we had with leaving that in is there was no minimum or no maximum. We couldn't quite determine what the biggest beneficial maximum.
We kind of tossed around maybe 20% of their entitlements. We could allow up to that as free density. Anything beyond that would count against them. We tossed around maybe 5-10%. And those are just ideas. And we can certainly pick that up in the development agreement for a maximum if we want to limit the maximum number of units that are given for free.
I think we also talked about that we might talk about, would put something in there as a recommendation.
For a development agreement. So that would need to be part of our discussion and a motion tonight, if that's what you'd like to do. But actually, I take that back. I'm getting ahead of myself. This is just the text amendment. When we go and we look at the rezone application, we have a public hearing and discussion and a motion on the rezone. That's where we would say, as part of this rezone, we would want to have a development agreement. And that development agreement, we would like for it to stipulate a maximum number of workforce housing units that can be given for free.
Because that's right. So because we had the issue with this is going to apply for the entire area, not one specific
That's right.
development. And so it was too hard to kind of say what's
Applicable where.
applicable.
Yeah, I just didn't want to foreclose the idea of incentivizing workers to live right there.
And we don't
where they're
have
gonna be
to.
working.
If you guys think that this should apply in the region, whichever village that it happens to be in, we can open this and say, we want to keep something similar in the form-based village code. So anybody who wants to develop, rezone to this code and develop under its permissions, that they could have some free density. But it's like we had mentioned, it's more as a whole, because we're talking about Old Town, New Town, and Nordic, and then any other villages that may come along hereafter.
Well, we're just talking about Nordic right now.
This ordinance applies to Old Town, New Town, and if adopted, Nordic. As proposed.
So, if I may, the question, because I think we do want to have some type of, we want something like this in
An
as apply to
incentive.
the whole, but we don't know the best way to do it. And still control. The community's feedback was that we couldn't leave the door completely open. We had to have some stipulations on it. Had to say,
Sure.
you can't have 100 units of employee housing. Couldn't settle on that. So I don't know if we've come up with it.
Yeah, as I recall, Mr. Ewert was telling us there's great pressure coming from the state to have some kind of affordable housing.
There is, yeah. So this is not the end of the discussion. If we decide to keep this out of this ordinance, we will be coming back very quickly within the next couple of weeks, actually start talking about it some more. And whether we put it back into this or we have it as part of a standalone, another portion of the code or as part of our general plan, that's something that's gonna have to be addressed. With a lot more detail.
Seems like the idea of having employees live right where they're working really lessens the impact of any development on the community, on the roads.
It is
infrastructure,
best planning
everything.
practice to have it as close as possible.
And
Yes.
we've been told that if you build this kind of housing, which I envision as kind of small apartments or something, you're not making money with it. It's a burden you're taking upon yourself, but the advantage you have is you got your employees right there on site. They don't have to travel through the canyon or somewhere else to get to work. If we have snow slides or whatever, we've got our workers right there.
It's easier to attract and retain them as well.
So it seemed like a win-win to me to have the opportunity to have that here.
Is there a way we could put some kind of language in that basically is kind of like a desire, not necessarily that we desire to have this done, but we'd like it to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis?
Maybe we could do something with proportionality to say that it needs to be proportionate, and we'd have to define what that ratio would be, but we could think about a proportionate requirement. Or sorry, a proportionate maximum. So we're not mandating per se, but you can build up to a certain proportion of your density rights as, free workforce housing units. Or we could go to the other side of and say, maybe we want to stick and we want to mandate you have a certain amount because we feel like it's that big of an issue. Right now, as it is drafted and stricken here, it is an incentive to say, we will give you the density for free. You build as many as you think is needed to service and support your development. There is a way, I've seen it done, where there is a set of criteria that you have to qualify under in order to reside at one of these projects. And for example, you have to show you're employed within a certain geographic boundary, but then there's a waterfall provision where if you can't fill the project with individuals working on site, then you go to the region and so on and so forth.
Some of the employee lives there and all has a buddy, so he's gonna rent it to him. You know what?
Yeah, there would have to be oversight. What we'd like to see happen is either we work with the Weber Housing Authority or maybe some quasi-governmental entity that would overlook these types of things. It'd be like workforce residential.
Chair, may I make a comment?
Just, are you finished, John? Are you finished? Yeah, absolutely.
So I think it's good to remember the point that John Lewis brought up as developer, that if they need the employee housing, they can do that. There's nothing stopping. Even if we don't put this in there, if they want employee housing, they can do. And I always believe that the oversight should be with the individual. We don't need government getting involved and sticking their nose in it and making the stipulations. Just let the market run that. If they need employee housing, they'll provide the employee housing. There's nothing limiting the developer to putting employee housing if it's in his best interests.
So, and something we've seen too is a fee in lieu, because a lot of times what we run into is they'll do a 10% fee in lieu, and that's not proposed in here that I'm seeing, and I wasn't here at the last meeting. Because sometimes to your point, it becomes an issue of it's not needed, but it's needed in the valley as a greater point. So I don't know, have you contemplated, again, that fee is burdened on the developer and those purchasing the property, so it's burdened on that development, which could be okay.
Yeah, that fee would have to go to a pot of money that is then, we dip into it when we are able to develop, a development for these types of housing units, usually under the umbrella of a housing authority where they identify property that they can develop and put into their portfolio of available units for people at that income or lower. Or you could do a hybrid, you do some fee in lieu, some mandated on site or some incentivized on site. There's a lot of options that we can look into.
we discussed this in the last work session. I remember determined that we wanted to establish the incentive, and the incentive was simply that they wouldn't have to get developmental rights for employee workforce housing.
Or
That
use from their bucket of
Because they
entitlements.
wouldn't have to use from their bucket.
Mhm.
That was the incentive in itself. There was no more incentive from that. Because it was kind of a burden, and but we also didn't want to put maximums or minimums. Well, we wanted to put maximums, not minimums. Is kind of what we said. Say, hey, we want to encourage this. We don't want to force it, but we want to encourage it. We figured that was the easiest way to do it without having an open door, and also without putting undue burden that might cause us a headache in the future. Because we determined that it might not necessarily be beneficial to even have at different stages. So if we, when we require a maximum, it becomes a problem where fee in lieu might not be a bad idea. But I think reading everyone right, we want to stick with, we don't want to have a minimum. We want just maximums at this time.
A cap of some sort.
So wouldn't it be fairly simple to say, so long as less than some percent of your housing is for your employees, it doesn't take a development right to do it. If you use it for some other purpose, it takes a development right.
Right, so that's kind of how it's written right now in stricken. We just don't have a maximum cap on, as it's written, it doesn't say you can only have up to a certain amount based on your entitlements. So right now we're saying they're free. If this language that is stricken, if we were to re-add that as it's written and not make any changes, we would say you have free density, build as many as you want, as you feel necessary. What the public had told us was, we're not comfortable having this open-ended, language. We want a cap of some sort. And that's where I think to Commissioner Schumann's point, you'd like to define what a cap is and how do we define that?
I think that statement was a pretty good definition.
Now, I'm trying to recall, for lack of a hypothetical, I think Nordic Valley was saying, how many rights do they have? 700, something like that?
No, it's not going to be that many. It's somewhere 500-ish.
500?
We're still working on the final calculations.
Okay.
I think we also mentioned in that meeting that that needed to be defined
And it will be prior to
precisely
your rezone.
prior to the applicant's public hearing.
So just using, they said they might use up to 20 employees housed there for their 500 housing units. So that's about 4%. Isn't it?
We got a rough estimate, 5% was about 20. Yeah.
So that's where we got 5%. So if we said no greater than 5% of your housing units, but if they're for your own employees and they meet the 80% criteria.
So I think the definition became sticky when we said, okay, we do that, but then it applies for when we look at just the one development. What happens when we look at because we're applying it to the zone? How does it make sense?
Yeah, this might be a good situation to just push a few weeks down the road, because we are currently working on creating affordable housing. The state is mandating that for everyone in the state to look at how we can accommodate for that. And then we can come back with more detailed language to address these things that you're talking about, whether it be fee in lieu or whatever that exact percentage cap is. And that way we're just not pulling a number out of the air this evening, but we're doing some research and coming back to you with data.
And is that something we would change in the general code to apply everywhere or just in one? Is
Yes,
that what
we would be
you're-
looking at it up in the Ogden Valley and in West Weber. We have to address that in unincorporated areas countywide, and all cities throughout the state have to do the same thing. So it's not something that we can just turn a blind eye to. There's a deadline date that we have to address this by, and so that's why I've assigned Scott to work on this specifically, and so we'll be coming back with stuff for you to consider.
So just to clarify, by striking this current language and not adding something to it, we are not just, we're not turning a blind eye to it. We're not, we don't,
No.
I guess what your suggestion is we're okay to leave this stricken because we're going to readdress this
Definitely.
as a whole.
And
Is that what I'm hearing?
correct. And then also we'll be able to come back and look at this through a development agreement like Mr. Perkes has indicated as well. So just because it's stricken from here in a development agreement, there can be additional language looked at and addressed in a more specific manner for that specific location.
I guess with one of my thoughts on that, which in that development agreement, which is still pending, like that would be still, that's a ways down the road, right? Okay.
So a development agreement can conflict with the ordinance.
It can be, there can be things in there that are more lenient than what's in the ordinance, because a development agreement is a legislative action. And so you will be making a recommendation on that to the county commission. Did that answer your question?
I just think incentives are great things
Uh,
if they have win-win.
Well, and also too, you received some information from Sarah Tolliver, who's over our tourism, and she's very concerned about workforce housing, as we are as well. You look at the Park City area, and they could have definitely planned for workforce housing in a much better way, and so they're kind of coming back after the fact, trying to address workforce housing, and it's an issue. And if we don't address it up in the Ogden Valley, it's going to be more of an issue when we get further down the road.
She wrote a persuasive letter pointing out the problems they're having elsewhere in the state. And so that's why I'm concerned about, let's not foreclose the idea of incentivizing workforce housing.
Like I said, back to you on this issue because it's required to be addressed.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Started in a few minutes. Scott?
Yep, you're welcome.
While we have a few minutes just to buy a little time, we do have the National Planning Conference coming up this coming week. From the Planning Commission, Commissioner Francis is going to be going. And we'll come back afterwards and report on certain things that we've learned there to find things that we can help make the Ogden Valley better and Western Weaver as well.
Chair, if we have a little, or we have about a minute, maybe Mr. Johnson could tell us even a little bit more about himself or his background.
Sure, that'd be great. Good. So I grew up in Draper, so born and raised Draper. Spent a lot of my time in the building industry, third generation home builder as well. Grandpa did it, developed, and then I took over the trade as well. From my dad, ran the family business for a number of years. Ran that family office, and then moved and joined a company called Magleby Construction, Magleby Development. We primarily deal with luxury housing is where we are. moved up, been working in the Ogden Valley for about 4 years. Actually had the pleasure of sitting down there with you, several of you here a few times, representing. Family lives up here, been spending most of our summers in the Ogden Valley. I moved up here and we have an office in Eden and spending our time enjoying growing the kids up, they love it. They've been doing really well. So 3 kids and dog, and kids want a goat and a horse. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, it's, I've got 5 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and get started. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call the meeting, the commission to order. The audience, please rise and join. Let the record indicate that all planning commission members are in attendance. We did have a change on the planning commission. We'll cover that. With that, a couple things we need to rearrange on the agenda tonight. We have training scheduled right after the meeting minutes. We're going to go ahead and move that to after the legislative items and probably after the public comments. And then also would like to have the planning director mention a few things about some changes on the planning commission. What, Rick?
John Lewis, a few weeks ago, he put in his letter of resignation from the Planning Commission. He has served with the Planning Commission since 2016 to 22. During that time, he served as vice chair, he served as chair, he served for 2 terms as chair. And as far as leading the meetings, he always conducted the meetings with, he basically represented the county in a very good way. And he always allowed the public to give input, but he managed the meetings very effectively. Well, with that being said, I don't want to go into more ado on that, but we posted the position. We received 2 applicants. And today, the county commission selected Dason Johnson. And before an individual can serve in an actual planning commission meeting, we have to do training. And we also want to update the new individual on items on the agenda. So we've been doing a whirlwind in the last little bit with Dason to get him up to speed, and he's going to be a great addition to our planning commission, I feel, and he brings a wealth of knowledge to our team.
Thank you. Welcome. One more thing, if you won't mind, I want to add, I'd like to read John's letter of resignation, if we can, for the public. Dear friends and commissioners, after giving this many weeks of consideration, I've decided to step down from many wonderful years of being on the planning commission. I always thought I brought some experience to the often complicated and important work we try to help with on our beloved valley. There will always be people out there who want to stop development under the guise of do it responsibly. But then when you really get down to it, they want sewer. They don't want sewer. I encourage all of you to do what you truly think is best for the future of the valley. I know we all have that in common, but I would challenge you all to consider where the market forces are taking us, for better or worse, and to try to stay in front of what we have, or front of that wave, and prepare our valley for what's next. That will include developing good resources for water and sewer and good street connectivity. All this planning is essential, even if it takes years and years. Plan for it now, that's the key. And only grow as resources allow and never before. But also make sure we are listening to the experts, not the emotions of the mob cheers. And to the staff, I think Rick, Sean, Charlie, Tammy, Felix, and Steve are doing a great job leading the planning. That's a hard job trying to explain the state hydrology study to everyone that we have water. It's not where we want it. Do we still need to be careful, diligent, and plan responsibly? Absolutely. Sincerely, I wish you all the best and thank you to each of you. Best of luck. Sincerely, John Lewis. Thanks. Thank you, John, for your years of experience, your years of service, and welcome, Dason. So, okay, with that, we're considering approval of the minutes dated February 15th, 2022. There have not been any submitted corrections, therefore the minutes are approved as submitted. Do any of the planning commissioners have any conflicts of interest or ex parte communications to declare on any items for today's agenda? It's true. That is correct. So with that, let's move into item what will be number 2, petitions, applications, and public hearing. Legislative items for the discussion and potential action on an application to amend the form-based village zoning ordinance along with other sections of the Weber County Land Use Code to add provisions and exhibits intended to create a Nordic Valley Village area. Scott and Charlie.
Thank you, commissioners. As you'll recall, this item has been heard formally by the Planning Commission in past meetings. First with the public hearing back on the 22nd of March, where we had the public provide us their comments here in the commission chambers. We have also had many comments submitted in written form, which have all been passed along to the Planning Commission as they've come in and as recently as 9:30 this morning. So anything that came in after 9:30 this morning will not have been provided. But just as a summary on this item, we had 28 individuals submit comments, written comments, many of whom also spoke here in the chambers. They provided a total of 39 comments. So some of them had multiple comments submitted.
Scott,
Huh?
sorry to cut you off. I skipped a part in my section here. Can I have you explain the decision type?
Sure. Yeah.
Rick or Scott, can you explain? I know legislative was mentioned. Can we just clarify that for the record?
Yeah, so this is a legislative item. It is a zoning text amendment, which is a proposal to adjust the text in our land use code. Because it is a legislative amendment, it does require a recommendation from the Planning Commission to be provided to the County Commission, who is a legislative body who would then make formal decision on this item. It does give broad deference for your decision making, so we can look at this and determine what is best for the community as part of your recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions on what type of item we've got here? Okay, also of note, it does require a public hearing. That public hearing was held on the 22nd. You guys are welcome to hold additional public comment periods if you'd like. But this item has been agendaized and noticed for a decision and a motion. And so if you so should choose tonight. Okay. Going back to the comments, we had a total of 144 pages of written comments submitted back to us. Again, from those 28 individuals, some of which have responded multiple times in written form and also here at the pulpit. So we have listened to those comments, and the changes will reflect many of those comments have been incorporated. We also held a work session on the 5th of April where we looked at the proposed text in detail. Went through that with the Planning Commission and made various changes. What is in your packet tonight is a memo that summarizes those changes and explains what this updated draft contains. The updated draft is a red line, but the draft has been provided in a comparison format where it is comparing this current draft to the most recent draft that was reviewed back on the 22nd. So it's what is in red line is what we have made changes since the 22nd until today. We provided it in that format just so you can see those changes and not have to sift through all of the red lines that have been made to date. If you would like to see all of the red lines to date, that is also part of that original staff report that was submitted on the 22nd. Okay, any questions about what's in your packet or what type of decision this item has?
Scott, is the public comments available for everyone, like the public to view?
They are, yeah, they've been uploaded to the Frontier project page, so the public is welcome to look at those comments. Like Ed mentioned, it is summarized through 9:30 this morning, and we'll keep updating that as this project moves through the county commission process, or if, there's more discussion or more decision on this at the planning commission level. That packet was emailed out to you guys as well. So do you guys have any questions about that document or anything about it that we'd like to discuss?
Looking at, in your summary, the memorandum at the first, paragraph 20. Number of street trees allowed to be grouped together in Nordic village as opposed to equally spaced along the right of way has been increased from 5 to 10. So that's an example of where you have specific regulations for Nordic only. That doesn't apply to the other ones.
That's correct, and that is shown, if you want to get into the text, it's specific to the Nordic Village area, and it was a request from the applicant that they be allowed to group their trees into clusters to satisfy their design theme.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is we can do specific things for Nordic or somewhere else in the ordinance, right? I mean, that's what you're doing here. You've written this so that Nordic for grouping of trees is different than anywhere else.
That's right.
So it could also be for employee housing.
That's
It could be
correct.
different than anywhere else.
If you wanted to designate something specific in Nordic, we could do so.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I wasn't planning to go through each of these bullets individually. We certainly can if you'd like to. I think we've gone through these changes in work session. We haven't made any substantial changes, obviously, since then. We've just updated this report, made the changes that we discussed in work session, and then the updated draft that you see in that staff report, or as an exhibit to that memorandum, is the most current thinking.
Scott, thank you for the memorandum, by the
Sure.
way. That was very nice to see the changes laid out and the things that the bullet points was very, very helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
As to paragraph 22 in the memorandum,
Mhm.
I thought there was discussion that there would be hard surface parking at Nordic, but it would be of such nature as to allow water to pass through,
Percolate through.
percolate through.
Mhm.
And that, it sounds like that's not what we have anymore.
That is a good point. And we actually talked to the applicant this week about that language, is they do want to do something to that effect. They would like to find a solution where they can allow the water to percolate through, and they do have some design alternatives to just a black hard surface parking lot. They do want to have some hard surface, asphalt parking on some of that parking lot, but they also want to have some where it's pervious to help with water detention requirements. And so what we talked about is potentially putting in there something a little bit more specific to it. Does need to be hard. It needs to be hardscape so we can solve the mud issue, but that it can be pervious. I'd probably do something that is subject to the county engineer's design requirements.
Can we go to that part in the form-based
Yeah.
code that we're looking at to see what it is? Because from your memorandum, it does basically state it has to be hard asphalt or concrete.
Yeah, and that's probably a good point of clarification. It is going to be on page 59. Okay, starting on line 839. We say, this is under the parking and internal block access section. So parking required. Each application for development shall include a parking plan that demonstrates that sufficient parking will be provided by the street parking adjacent to the building or an off-street parking lot within 1,000 feet of the building. All parking lots shall be hard surface, asphalt, or concrete. So that's where that point comes up. We did strike with exception to seasonal day skier parking. But what the applicant would like for us to inject in here is that it can be pervious, but it still has to be hard. So we can't allow for percolation. That's what they would like to see changed in this before it goes forward for additional consideration.
So that would be add permeable, is that right?
Yeah, so we would say that it can be permeable hard surface, but we'd probably also want to add a little bit of language that subjects that to review by the county engineering division.
In a motion, we would need to add that type of language, correct? Because it's not in this.
You could,
Sometimes that can be a problem in parking areas because of the oil spills, salts, and soak down and contaminate the aquifers. Sometimes it's in parking with a high use. Sometimes it's better even to not have it permeable if you have a place where the runoff can be.
Kind of becomes the same issue though, right? If you have oil and then the water runs off into the
I'm saying,
basin.
as long as you have a place where it runs off, that it can percolate and you have grasses and things.
Well,
You don't have anything. when you have a
usually build
public
catch
service,
basins
Nothing can grow.
for a parking lot. Do most parking lots have storm drain treatment plants? I'll look for that. I don't see storm drain treatment plants. Sure, it goes to the storm drain systems.
We got to mask the parking lot.
We've done projects where there's several catch basins underneath and you can reclaim that water through pervious asphalt. So to your point, you catch it first, just as you would in a storm drain with those oil traps. So great options for engineering to look at it. The applicant wants to go that route.
so yeah, that was what the request was, that we clarify in the language.
Okay, so where are we on that? We want to be permeable, but we don't want to be permeable because antifreeze or oil might go into the soil. So we have to have oil traps,
Yeah.
water treatment plants on every parking lot.
And salts and antifreeze and whatever.
It's a good
Well,
point.
you got to do it on the streets. We're going to keep salt out. We're going to have these salt traps on every highway up there where we spread salt.
Commissioners, we do have the applicant here that they may be able to speak to this. They've been looking at a couple of design alternatives where they have something in mind. They might be able to speak to it a little bit more.
Yeah, let's hear from the applicant. Now, Scott, actually, I have some clarification.
Yeah.
This particular is not an applicant. I mean, it's somewhat applicant driven, but it is an applicable, but it's something we're looking at for the entire zone.
That's right. So it is applicant
So I have
driven.
to, I would like you, if you could clarify that difference, because yes, we're hearing from, I guess, a resident or a property owner
Mhm.
that is encouraging this, but this is not specific to one person in that area.
That's right. This ordinance already exists and it is applicable to Newtown and Old Town Eden. The applicant is applying to amend this ordinance that applies broadly, but they're applying to change certain things that are specific to a Nordic area village where their land is located. Obviously, staff, when they bring in an application, we say, well, let's see how this applies to the general plan and see how we can fit it into our existing framework. And then we work with them to try to get it to a point where it achieves what they're looking for, but it also allows us to make sure it complies with the general plan or advances what the general plan is asking us to do. So it has staff influence certainly, and there are things that we're trying to address because the book is open, so to speak, but it is an applicant-driven application. Does that clarify?
And as we look at this and talk about parking, this is something that needs that, although this applicant or property owner is proposing something, we need to keep in mind that this would apply.
That's correct. Now,
Broadly.
this section does apply broadly. Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good to see you again. So this line did shock us when we got the packet, because this is not something that we had actually discussed before. We were we were proposing all of our commercial parking will be hard surface, asphalt, and or concrete for the Main Street, commercial, potential residential over, and then behind, as you've seen the layout, that main parking lot behind will be asphalted for good maintenance and walkability. However, the day skier, temporary day skier parking lots, what we were hoping to fall under is today's current code, which says that temporary parking lots are not required to be paved. They can be a hard surface parking lot. And so that is what all of the day skiers parking lots have actually been able to fall under. So the parking lot that is by the Valley Market, that is why that one is not paved. Up at Powder Mountain, those ones are not paved. And the current Nordic one is not paved. What we are proposing and what we would like to see, due to the fact that actually what is done when you do put in a storm detention basin, what it is done is it collects that. It doesn't actually go through a filtration system. It just actually goes into your detention basin and then percolates into the ground. So technically it's taking all of the pollutants off of the ground, off of the parking lots, and just putting it into the ground anyway. We just have to store it on the ground, or we just have to store it on our site. So what we've been proposing, because we want to reduce our footprint on the environment by not having so many seas of asphalt with just vacant parking. What we would like to do is integrate a grid parking where you have concrete pavers and the grass grows in between the pavers. I don't know if any of you have seen those. And it allows for us to go in, pack the ground, put the seed down, put the pavers down, and it is an excellent maintenance ability through the summer. We keep it mowed and green. It's nice, it's beautiful, it's not an eyesore, and it's you don't have to have all of these different requirements per engineering, because all of the water percolates down into the ground. During the winter months, we would actually just do as they do in Park City and up at Powder Mountain, other areas where you have some snow on the ground that you would walk on after you get out of your car to get to this ticket booth, but it would be graded and kept so that it is safe to walk on and travel. But what we would like to do is to keep that so that the main big parking lot that is there for people that are coming during the summer to enjoy the mountain for hiking, biking. They've got some place that they can just park out in the temporary parking, as well as during the winter, they can utilize this, and it's not going to be something that we actually have to set a detention basin aside, because based on the size of the parking lot, the size of the detention basin will be astronomical. We're also trying to fit a sewer plant on our site also. If the county is not able to come through with a regional sewer basin, plant for a few of us developers that are willing to chip in and help with that. And so with all of that, trying to fit a sewer, storm detention, and required parking on the site, it really starts to get really tight. So what we've tried to do is creatively come up with a way to put that back in the ground. This is used in many communities. It's a really popular way to save the planet and go green. But technically the pollutants are going into the ground one way or another, whether we do have the asphalt and we're pushing the snow into a pile and it melts into the grates and then goes into the detention basins, or whether it just sinks into the ground. Aquifers are deep, deep, deep in the ground. They do get filtered through that, and we hope that nobody with leaky oil trannies or antifreeze actually is parking on the ground, but we
Thank you.
hope to that. So that is the one line out of the whole packet that we are looking to alter.
Thank you.
We'd like to thank Scott and
Thank
Charlie
you.
for all that they've done.
Yes, please.
So would this stricken language preclude you doing what you just described to us?
Yes, it would. It would require all of the parking to be concrete and asphalt. What I just said. Yes.
Back to this, the question. I wonder if it would be better if we opened it up to say, instead of hard surface concrete, just some kind of conditional use where it can't be mud, can't be what
Right.
we've got now, because that's the problem. I think the community let us know that we didn't like the mud. And I think that's a small thing that the development that we can give to the community, whether it is concrete or asphalt, something that we should give, that we need to have some kind of flexibility there. It sounds like, so I don't know if that's something we can add. Scott, what are your thoughts there?
But we totally concur with that, and that's what we want to
Thank
resolve
you.
this summer. So
I kind of have an idea. I want to bounce past you. They're looking for their seasonal day skier parking to be this type of pervious hard surface. And I wonder if we could just simply put in here that we could exempt day skier parking from the hardscape and say it does still need to be hard, but it can be pervious, but only day skier, seasonal or temporary parking.
Permeable, you mean?
Permeable,
Well, I think we want to avoid what's there now.
correct?
Okay,
And
which
that's
is
their
which is
desire as well.
road base and is permeable, right? Is that what it is? I'm not talking about like-
I think road base is a stretch.
The item before us.
That's right. It is. So the zoning text amendment, this is the item that we're reviewing. There is a section in that ordinance that discusses parking requirements for development if somebody were to rezone and develop under this code.
So what we're trying to say here is, under this zone, if you want to use this zone,
Mhm.
you can't use dirt parking lots or unkept,
The
so that
way-
we can
yeah.
have better parking lots.
Correct.
That's what we're
It's-
trying to get to, I think.
Exactly. And what the applicant is asking for is for some leeway on their day skier seasonal temporary lot to have some sort of a pervious but improved surface. So it isn't mud, but it is structured, but it is still permeable.
Again, please.
So one thing that working in a lot of ski markets, one thing that everyone's going to deal with here is snow removal, right? When you go to blade, you go to scrape. That's going to be pavers. I put in thousands of square feet of pavers, right? And trying to snow plow and do any kind of snow removal on a paver system in a snow market without it being hydronically heated, it's going to be really tough. If we're avoiding road base, which I could agree with, snow removal, I would say we got to think about that as whatever we're thinking of. And since this is broad, we probably need to keep it broad, whatever, but specific to. Does that make sense?
Yes. I lean towards we should do some kind of conditional approval on a case by case basis, but I mean, we tried to do that and we were just overruled here recently when we asked for commission approval. They just said,
Yeah,
"Nope, you
typically
can have
when,
it."
you make something a conditional use, unless you have certain specific conditions in the ordinance that are associated with that conditional use, it's a little hard to address those conditions when you're getting to a specific issue like this.
So the use table right now in this ordinance, parking lots are permitted use. So we'd have to change it to a conditional use. And then as Director Grover had mentioned, we'd have to have, specific requirements to address when and if those come up for a conditional use permit. Makes it challenging.
No, she mentioned some other ski areas that do have road-based parking lot or whatever, but for some reason, Nordic Valley, it becomes a mud hole and it's a disaster. So
I have experience in other ski areas where they do have dirt lots, and those dirt lots are actually building parcels. They just haven't been built yet, so they use them as temporary lots in the winter for their day skiers. And then their solution is they pack the snow down, and then people drive on top and park, and they have cones and parking attendants. But I don't know if it's just because they're in a colder climate or they are able to pack their snow before it melts and turns into mud. I'm not sure how they address that, but maybe they have more road base down as a first layer.
and who's going to police that after this is all said and done? So that's always an issue too.
Yeah, it would definitely be part of the development agreement, but once they develop out all of their entitlements, who knows how many years down the road, then there's nothing that we can hold on to say, hey, your parking lot's getting out of hand. We can't withhold permits at that point. So the long term is a consideration. But at the same time, I do feel like they have it in their best interest to manage it well. They have a guest experience thing that they need to keep in mind as well.
Oh, it's been a lot of years. I think
Sure.
it would have been in their best interest. I don't know.
Yeah, she makes a good point. It's been that way for a while. Yeah.
To try and summarize, seems like there's probably, and you could probably list them, tons of federal and state regulations against oil going into the ground.
Sure.
We don't need to add to that. They're already there. Common sense has got to be part of any ordinance. It's got to be workable. It would probably not be good common sense to preclude creative development of things that are going to make parking lots better.
Sure.
They radiate a lot of heat in the summer.
Can be a
Oil
lot of
comes out
water.
of the asphalt. If there's a better way to do it, the ordinance shouldn't preclude the better way to do it. The idea of not having a mud hole, that's pretty nice. And there are probably lots of ways to accomplish that. But here you've restricted, the only way you can have a parking lot, it's got to be asphalt or concrete.
Yeah, as it's written, that's right.
And I'd suggest there be some wiggle room here, that if you can accomplish the no mud hole, you're not going to pollute, because that'll be taken care of elsewhere, that you can be creative. You can have a parking lot that's not radiating heat all summer long.
Yeah,
It's got grass in it.
I think that's what the applicant is asking for, is that
Yeah.
wiggle room.
So I'm concerned that we don't preclude the applicant being creative and coming up with something that's workable.
So how do we do that?
So again, going back to that idea, if it is a seasonal, day skier parking lot, maybe we allow it to be a permeable but improved surface, with some sort of hard element, but that on their year-round surfaces, maybe those are the ones that we require to be paved and have, traditional storm drain systems. That's an idea, something I'll toss out there for consideration.
There again, enforcement, do you have any ideas on how to make sure that that happens? Because the last 40 years, it hasn't. Any ideas?
In some ways, the idea, permeable, we shouldn't, I don't know that we need to force concrete and asphalt. I don't know that I can come up with a better way to do pavers. I think you make some valid points that way, but if there is such a way and you're willing to take that on, I don't want to discourage that.
Sure.
In here, just as Jeff was saying, so Commissioner Burton, I'm sorry. So I hesitate. I think can we think of some other type of language? Because I don't want to, I think we're still reaching for the seasonal makes sense with the cold, but then who defines seasonal? So how do we stop that? We need to somehow stop the parking lots from tracking on the roads and from being a concern. So how we do that, I'm not sure. Does anybody?
in the short term, I mean, we can hold back. In the development agreement, we can say, hey, if your parking gets to be unmaintained and an issue again, we can withhold permits. But so in the short, who knows how many years it'll take them to build their rights. But when we get to the end of that and they have built all of their rights, perhaps at that point, there's enough economy of scale to where they do have more incentive to maintain it long term. Obviously, it's theirs to maintain, and they've got an image to maintain. But
Can we say something along the lines of parking lots must be hard surfaced without the non-trackable, and kind of just and leave it at that? Does that cover us? I mean,
we could take asphalt and concrete out and just say hard surfaced and leave it a little bit more vague.
because that's really the main concern, is that it's hard enough to drive on, but not make a mess, right?
Sure.
Would you have to, oh, sorry, go ahead. I guess we'd probably have to put a definition of hard surface though, right? Because then is hard surface compacted road base or even mag chloride, which isn't, it could be stabilized. Would we have to put a definition?
The county does have a code that speaks to private lanes. They don't have to be asphalted, but they do have to be improved to a surface that can hold 75,000 pounds in the event that an emergency vehicle needs to address an event at a location. And that's part of our alternative access requirements for people that have accesses off of private lanes. We could take some inspiration from that and say it needs to hold 75,000 pounds, and that's usually 8 inches of road-based compacted. That seems to hold up, for heavy traffic like a fire truck, but it's not without its maintenance. Obviously, you're gonna have to take a blade to it and compact it if it gets torn up, and that might just be something that on the operator to make sure it's in good shape. But,
Could we put something that parking lots must be hard surfaced and must not carry dirt onto the roadways?
convey it.
Something like that, that just says, hey, you can't, like, that's how we determine that it's out of shape.
Yeah.
Because that's our biggest concern. I don't know that it's so much that the parking lot got roots. I mean, yeah, we would have concerns that way, but it doesn't affect us where it's their parking lot. I think our concern is that it tracks onto the road and there's not a lot of maintenance currently. And so I think can we address it that way?
We could definitely address it that way. I'm a little concerned about allowing it for our standard commercial developments, especially in Old and Newtown Eden, where historically it's either been asphalt or concrete. I know our engineering division is going to have some heartburn with that, because if those aggregate and elements start going into our storm drain system, which at some point we will have that in detail, it's going to start creating issues for them keeping it clean. And so that's why
Could you put it like this? Concrete, asphalt, or approved alternate hard surface, something like that,
I think if we have approved alternate hard surface through our engineering division,
through the engineering department.
yeah,
That would
because
probably clear it
they're
up.
going to be looking at the long-term effect of how that impacts our storm drain system down the road. And I think we need to,
That covers all the bases.
yeah,
I think we would maybe want to also add the fire marshal onto that list of reviewing and approving
Absolutely.
entities.
yeah, that's a good point.
That's correct. They've got a dirt lot up there. Yeah, they've got a dirt lot at the top. Yeah. Sure. Maybe an idea here we could talk about is on the commercial parking lots, year-round lots, that those do need to be asphalt or concrete. But if it is a seasonal type of a parking lot, a temporary lot of some sort that is not intended for year-round use, maybe that's where we have the fire marshal and the engineering division review it and approve it.
I think we leave the door open. We leave it open to say, hey, you can build a parking lot as long as it's approved through the engineering department. Like say, hey, you want to do pavers? And the road department, the fire department and are all good with that, then we should be too, I think. Is that?
It kind of leaves the county engineer to be the bad guy to say, no, you can't have a dirt lot at your commercial establishment.
They also have to service the area if somebody gets hurt too. So they should
That's
have a
true.
say. I mean, not the engineering, but fire department.
Sure.
We can't build our projects unless we have a hard surface for them to drive on. So
Are we creating a problem by having them be the bad guy? I mean, we're constantly having them be the bad guy on water and everything else. So I'm curious, you mentioned that we're leaving them to be the bad guy. Is that gonna?
I foresee, I'm thinking about Gary in the back of my mind. I can't speak for him, but he's gonna be like, I can see him saying it. Well, if you're gonna have a formal, let's say you have a restaurant, I don't want to be that one that always has to tell them you have to have, an asphalted lot, but that's probably gonna be what he asks them to do. I don't know, maybe there's a restaurant farm to table where that's part of their experience where you do have a dirt lot. Maybe that's part of their proposal. I don't know. I can foresee Gary saying, these all need to be in a commercial establishment. They need to be hard surface, improved lots, asphalt, concrete. But I can't speak for him. We could ask him and see what he thinks.
That's where we would say hard surface or approved,
Or
which is
approved.
like, hey, concrete asphalt, or it could be something.
See, we've already concluded we can have special things for the Nordic Valley area, the grouping of trees, right?
Yeah, right.
So trying to pretend like Old Town Eden and Nordic Valley Ski Resort are the same kind of operation. You can't, they're not.
What happens currently?
It's totally different conditions.
Yeah.
So if we have this, the idea that you can have this improved hard surface over at Nordic, that works.
Right.
And it can be different than what's required over in Old Town Eden.
It's kind of on a case by case basis. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're different situations.
So that language that was proposed, Commissioner Torman, where we leave it up to, or other approved surface, that might be a good way to go.
Okay.
Great.
Scott, do we have anything else you want to cover?
Pointing out one thing on the street regulating plan on page 59, one adjustment, it's also a bullet point in your list, but in response to public comment, we did pull back a little bit of the multifamily residential on Nordic Valley Way as it heads south towards that southernmost roundabout. On previous drafts that had been shown all the way to that roundabout, and we had kind of contemplated that roundabout being a good hard edge to that development style. We pulled that back a little bit to allow for downhill views. And that's just a minor adjustment that I wanted to point out that has been made on the map itself.
What page is that?
That's on page 59.
That's the parking.
So
He's referencing the map.
yeah, the map itself.
Oh,
So if you look at the exhibit, the southernmost roundabout, the initial draft of that had shown that darker orange color going all the way down to that roundabout. We pulled that back a little bit just in reference to some of those comments. So to help protect some of that view shed, downhill view shed. Okay. Happy to answer any other questions you have on the bullet points or those changes that we've addressed so far.
I have one. I noticed on page 29A, it's not in your bullet points. It says licensed architect required. I think we were reviewing this earlier. State law it's architect or structural engineer on residential. I just think staff could
I
easily.
think that's a great point. I noticed that as well.
What page are you on?
29 bullet A. The state law, Utah state law requires on it's in the law that it's architect or structural engineer. So this would be, right now, state law would supersede what was in here. I don't think we could. Maybe I'm wrong, and that you can answer that. But.
What are you suggesting?
So I'm saying we would put except for the residential lots wouldn't be required to have an architect. The others would as per Utah state law.
So the
So-
commercial would be required.
Same as Utah state law now. I'm saying we just conform to what Utah state law.
Yeah, it's a point of clarity where we can only require that they be designed, on like the mixed use commercial, multifamily, vehicle oriented commercial, those more commercial oriented street types and buildings. We can say that they need to have an architect, but on the residential is where state code prevents us from requiring that.
Yeah, it would read architect or structural engineer, stamped by architect or structural engineer split. I think this one just could exempt the residential from that simply. However, we want to reference that.
So I think it could be simple, right? So we could say in each village area, with exception to residential buildings, single-family residential buildings, with exemption to single-family residential buildings, all other buildings shall be designed by a licensed architect. So we're just exempting the residential detached units. If we get into a multifamily, stacked type of a product, then we could. But state code is saying that we can't get that specific on residential uses. We can't require that an architect be hired and design those buildings.
So why do you want a licensed architect to design stuff?
So that's to try to keep that form, further below, we spell out the form and the architectural theme for each of these village areas. The architect is to try to keep those forms similar and to make those standards come to fruition.
Can people other than licensed architects accomplish the same thing?
Potentially, sure.
So why we restrict it to a licensed architect?
Can we, so I guess to clarify both points, the state code requires that the commercial and the multifamily be done by an architect or structural engineer. If we strike this from that whole thing from there, we're not really, we're allowing residential to do it, and and then they have to follow state code anyway. Is that
So-
correct?
To clarify, Commissioner Johnson, I think what you're saying is we cannot require a licensed architect. We can't say you have to have a licensed architect design your single family home. State code prevents us from doing that, but it does allow us to require it for more intensive buildings like multifamily and commercial and those types of uses.
So clarifying, state code does not require. Cortland, is that a question for you?
I'd have to look into that.
Okay.
Yeah,
If Commissioner Johnson is familiar with that, I would not dispute what he said.
So
So I could look into it.
yeah, we just went through this. So yeah, exactly to your point, it was exactly that, is we couldn't restrict that it was architect only on residential. That was my only point. The rest of it, I think it's wise to have an architect that's licensed. We use home designers a lot, but in a commercial setting, having an architectural stamp, Utah State,
So to be clear, we can have on commercial and multifamily non-licensed architectures done currently with and being in line with state code.
That's where maybe my knowledge falls short. If it's a requirement by state code, I think what we know about state code is it says that we cannot mandate that a single family residence be designed by an architect.
in my understanding on commercial and that it is required by Utah State Code. I want to look at that up. I know on the residential, or fairly certain, I'd say that my knowledge is fairly certain that that's the way it reads.
I think Cortland, if you could check that for us, that would be something I think we'd want to look into.
So residential does not require a licensed architect
Correct.
by
It's-
state code.
But you have to, if you don't have a licensed architect, you have to have a stamped structural set.
Yeah, sure.
So that's, if you have a home, what we call a home designer, they design the home. You just have to have a structural engineer stamp the plans.
Right.
So my only point just was how this reads currently, we just can't mandate that against the residential. Was my only.
I agree. So that was in my notes as well. So thank you for that comment. I would like to see it changed. So
Yeah, we can definitely make that clarification.
I'd like to know what the state code, so if we can strike it completely and the state code protects us, that'd be great. And then we can allow the freedom of residential and then have the commercial multifamily control as well.
That's a good idea.
Okay, so this paragraph A applies to any building in a village area, which is in the zone, right?
Correct.
This could be a single family home.
If a
on
piece of
5 acre
property,
lot.
if a piece of property has been zoned to this form-based village zoning classification and they want to develop under this code, then yes, they would have to follow this section A. If we keep section A, state code may just require it anyway, so we can just strike it all together. That's what we'll clarify. But if, for example, state code does not require it, and we want to put it in here as a requirement, then anybody developing in the form-based village zone area would have to do that.
Okay. And just so I don't get confused, because I do easily,
Sure.
okay, remember our map in our work session, we have the pebble effect going out. The farther away you get from the center, the larger lots, single-family homes,
Mhm.
up to very large lots.
Correct.
And it's all in the village area, right?
That's correct, but it's not, this does not rezone anybody to that village area. Their underlying zoning would remain until they request to be zoned to the form-based village zone.
And as structured currently, so if you're in those outer rings, right, that are 3 acres,
Mhm.
there's no reason for you to become a form-based village zoning.
So I just think we can probably clarify pretty quickly. Commissioner Burton, if we change paragraph A to read, except for single-family dwellings, comma, building shall be designed by a licensed architect. Then as you go further away, you get into those single-family residential, if they've been zoned to the FBV zone, we wouldn't be able by state law to even require an architect, but we'd have it written in our code that we're not going to do that. Does that clarify?
Quick question. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of yours, Charlie. Did you say that still if you change that, it would still require some design standards to match the village?
So we can't require single family we can't provide essentially residential standards for single family buildings. There's an exemption in state code to say that there are some design things that we just cannot require for single family, but we can when it comes to multifamily, commercial, industrial, institutional, and so forth. And so
How do neighborhoods get away with that?
HOAs can do it. And so through private covenants, essentially you're buying the land knowing that you're buying into that contract. But governments, and that's actually a change that was done. I remember when that was done about maybe 8 or 9 years ago in state code. Prior to that, jurisdictions could govern it.
So your exemption would be for residential buildings for everything in this paragraph. Form-based cap, all that stuff doesn't apply to a resident. Okay, makes sense.
And to be clear,
Single family.
yeah, that was my suggestion was just an exemption of residential. But to your point, Jared, that you could strike it. That would just need to be a look across the whole thing and does that apply versus the paragraph made it the same just to leave and put an exemption.
Cortland, did you come up with that?
I'm looking into it
Okay.
still.
Okay, Scott.
Any other questions
Let's
for
pause
staff?
that for a minute, see if
Sure.
we can get an answer. Anything else?
Not unless you have questions for me.
Just have a hypothetical. It just seems like we've done this backward, that first approving the village or Nordic Valley to change to the form base before that we've done the ordinance first, assuming that we're going to approve with the village. It seems just like kind of backwards that we've done this.
Well, you have to have the classification available for someone to rezone to it. So we need to set those standards. And it kind of goes to that comment that Commissioner Burton made a couple of meetings back where we need to decide what we want, before we go down to the dealership and buy the car, right? We need to say, what color do we want? Whether we want a sedan or a car or a truck or whatever. So this is the framework. This is the village zoning classification that we're trying to design, put these standards together. How does that work? Where does it go? And then we would entertain a rezone, but the rezone would also be accompanied by the development agreement, which would also further stipulate certain things such as the parking lot and some management standards and workforce housing if we wanted to add it.
So we did this in Eden, right? This was,
Correct.
we adopted the form-based village for the Eden area.
That's right.
And we had public hearings and everything. And then I guess the best way to think of it is we're creating something. And basically we're saying, hey, if we were to even look at this, these are the minimums. So we could, for example, say, no, we want concrete parking lots, and that's the only way we will allow this zone. That would be reasonable in this zone, right? I mean, it's not
Yeah.
something we're leaning towards, but that's something that we could look at and say, well, if we were to change this to a form-based area, or change it to accommodate this. This is one thing that we would only allow in that area.
Yeah, as a reminder, so if we set this framework, we try to get it as close as we can, but on a case-by-case basis, property owners would have to request to be rezoned to the classification. And that also is a legislative discussion and decision where, there could be those conditions of rezoning for each individual property owner.
So the app, you've called an applicant, and I think I've made it clear. I'm not quite sure I believe that. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but like I said, it's pushed by a property owner. I don't know if they're applying for anything specifically for themselves yet. I know they will be, or that's the intent. But so if I live in this area and I live, say, at some point in there, I don't have to go to this zone. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're not, as of now, we're not saying you have to be zoned to this, right? Once this framework is put into place, and an applicant in that area could apply and say, I want to be rezoned to this classification, which was designed for this area. And we would review that in a legislative decision process similar to this. And so it's on a case-by-case basis. It's when the property owner comes forward. But of course, we always have to put the caveat in there that the legislative authority in the county can rezone property without the owner's request. They probably, don't have that in their best interest to do, but they certainly could.
Thank you. Yep. Do we have any other comments from the commissioners or questions at this time? With that, I think, as I made somewhat clear, I do believe they're not necessarily an applicant. However, this is somewhat driven by an applicant of a future rezone. I think we'll let them, if they have any comments they'd like to make at this time, that would be appropriate. Thank you. Okay. Okay. With that, we did have a public hearing on this. So I think we'll go ahead and open up a little bit because there are quite a few people here. If there's anybody who'd like to make some public comments, because we do love to hear the comments. With that, I want to make sure that the public understands the rules. We'll cut you off at 2 minutes. We want to make sure they're constructive comments that are positive and in either direction they can. I just want to make sure they're uplifting or good comments for us to hear, and I don't want to hear repeat comments. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to go into a public hearing. Cortland?
You can allow public comment without
That's what I meant.
formally opening a public hearing,
don't
and
have
that's
to.
just up to your discretion without a motion, even if the
Okay.
chair decides to do that. And that way you don't have to worry about a motion to close the public
Yes.
hearing.
Okay.
It's just a decision that you make and you allow it.
All right.
But I can report a little bit on, if you want to, before that, on what I found
That'd be
so
great.
far.
Yes,
about
please.
this. So at least looking in the architectural standards for what the state requires as far as the practice of architecture is concerned, there is an exemption from licensure as an architect for a person who is preparing a plan and specification for 1 or 2 family dwellings, including townhouses. And so that is not, under state code for architects, which is the chapter I'm looking at, that isn't required for those single family dwellings or 2 family dwellings.
It is required for more and commercial. Is that?
Unless some other exemption applies. And so there are other provisions in here where engineers who perform these services that an architect would normally be required to prepare, an engineer can perform those without being licensed as an architect as well. And so it does appear that state law would allow that. As a general matter, the county would have the authority
Go ahead, please.
disagree. and I'm just looking at this, kind of first glance. I don't want this to be considered the definitive answer to this, but as a general matter, the county can regulate things above and beyond what state law requires. So if state law allows a single family residence to be designed by an architect or an engineer, we may be able to impose our own regulation that says it has to be an architect. And so unless there's something in state law that would preempt that, which there might be, and I don't know if you want to have someone address that.
Yeah, Commissioner?
Yeah, I can, and I'm not sure when the appropriate time, but when there is a different under the construction code, it's not for architects, it specifies an or on single family. It's like a quick on my phone, but this probably isn't the most appropriate time, but I can pull up a different state law.
So I think the question is, can we strike that verbiage altogether? That's the question.
And that's a great question. It'd be easy for me to pull up. What I would love to see is, from a legal's point of view, can a county supersede? From my understanding, and the other talks about it with other counties, that wasn't the case in their legal departments. So, but I just want to make sure that's clear here.
And that may be if there is some state law that expressly preempts that for this type of issue.
Because traditionally, I always believed, I understood that the county requirements could be more strict than the states.
Unless the state
Unless
preempts it,
specifically.
which is the case in a lot of situations, like, for instance, gun regulations, or you name it. There are a lot of them that the state has said, this is how it's going to be in Utah, and counties can't do anything about that. And this may be one of those situations. So that would take a little bit of research. And if
I can
Commissioner
provide it.
Johnson or someone has material to consider, that could be something you could direct staff to look at. You could direct them, if you want, to modify the language a certain way, as long as the law allows it, or to modify it a certain way. If the law allows it, you can do something like that if you choose, so you don't have to come back and get an answer later.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, we can kind of say something along the lines of, in a motion one way or the other, that it would, that we would revisit that to see if it can be stricken and still meet these types of requirements. Is
Yeah,
that what you're
you
saying?
can choose what language you want and say, as long as it passes legal muster, this is what we want it to say. And then we can do the research. We can communicate that to the planners. And then if there is a legal problem with that, we couldn't have that language, then we could stay with what it says right now, or stay with whatever alternative language you choose.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, it's going to take a little more than just me looking on a
Okay.
computer right now.
Thank you.
Would always. County laws are made.
It depends on what the state preempts, or what the state authorizes the counties to do versus what the state says the counties cannot do. Counties do have very broad power to enact regulations and ordinances that they feel are in the best interest of the county, unless it's prohibited by state law.
Commissioner Burton, I think you had a comment.
I'm trying to figure the intent of these two paragraphs, A and B. It looks like they're designed to have,
Which page you looking at there?
looking on page 29. Page 29. This architect, licensed architect required. And the next subparagraph B, modification of standards. It seems from reading this a number of times, the intent is to get a licensed architect. And somehow this licensed architect will be able to determine the whole focus of these two paragraphs is that we have a base, body, and cap. And that we have different building materials used in different places. It's not for safety or anything like that. It's just this nebulous idea of base, body, and cap. This arbitrary idea. So we've got an arbitrary standard and we've got a ambiguous standard, I think. And now we're going to require a licensed architect to say it meets the standard. And if you want to go against what the licensed architect says, you got to have another licensed architect come to the planning commission and convince them that you can make an exception to this arbitrary pronouncement by the first licensed architect.
Couldn't we just cut licensed architect and just have it start right here and say a building street facing facade, and then right here say the planning commission may allow minor modifications?
Well, I just strike them both. I don't, unless you've got some kind of a standard that goes to health, safety, and welfare, I don't think you can impose it. And certainly you can't impose an ambiguous standard. How can somebody figure it out whether it meets base, body, and cap standard?
So I can speak a little bit to the intent here. What we're trying to get to is there are standards specific to each village area. Nordic, for example, has standards that convey a modern alpine theme. Base, body, and cap are just broad components of architecture. Then you have a lot more detail that
They're
then
form,
brings that.
form-based zoning. But the idea of modern, what do you call it? Modern,
A modern interpretation of alpine architecture.
okay, and
It's
that's pretty
alpine
ambiguous, isn't
design.
it?
Yeah.
That's pretty ambiguous. And I think I pointed out 10 years ago, it wouldn't have had shed roofs, but today it has shed roofs. Next time it's going to have Gothic arches in it in 20 years. Who knows? So why impose these things on people to follow some ambiguous standard that you can't define and you can't tell if you got COVID or you don't. You don't know if you're in or out.
So Commissioner Burton, base, body, and cap is, it's pretty standard language that any architect would know exactly what that is. But we also go in and we define and show and display what base, body, and cap is further down in the ordinance. The reason why we thought having a licensed architect would be appropriate, this section, section A, is being moved out of section C. It was C sub 1 prior to, in current ordinance. Right now it's C sub 1. And we're suggesting we move it out and just have it be generally applicable to all villages, including Nordic. The intent behind having a licensed architect is they are educated and they have learned what quality design is. They've
It's all
learned,
subjective.
it is subjective, but there is an educational field. There's a qualification field. They've had to go to quite a bit of education to get that. And so they can come to us who, we may be planners, we may be builders, we may be doctors, we may be lawyers, but we're not architects. And so we go to the specialists. And when we have a toothache, we go to the dentist. We don't go to an architect. In this case, when we're looking for quality building design, we go to an architect. We don't go to a dentist. And that's why we're talking about an
It
architect.
appears to me that the homeowner or the landowner, the developer, whoever is in the best position to decide what he or she wants on his or her land.
That's
If
a
you
policy
got,
consideration.
I'm here
that-
from the architectural firm. I'm here to help you. Just like I'm here from the government, and we're going to impose some arbitrary standard on you and tell, no, you can't have this. You got to have that paint. You got to have this kind of a thing. Well, why? Well, because I like it better. I think that's infringing on basic constitutional individual property rights, and we shouldn't go there.
I think that's a valuable policy perspective and not invalid whatsoever.
If, who has the most skin in the game? Now, as we talk about this form-based zoning, it's interesting because we're trying to develop this code, but we've got an applicant out there that wants to actually apply this. So we get to see, do our hypothetical ideas work in the real world? And we just had an example tonight. Well, we think it'd be a lot better if we had the moisture go into the ground. It's going to have a lot less problems. But you're not going to let us do it because you struck out the language that would let us do that. So we learned from a real world applicant that's saying, we need to be able to do this, to have the freedom to develop better things than we have now.
Absolutely. And
So
just to
we
be
ought to
clear
learn-
on that point, Commissioner Burton, we actually suggested in our original proposal that you allow for alternative.
I remember that.
It was the planning commission that said no asphalt. And so we changed it back to asphalt after our meeting. It was either last time or the time before.
No, we just did not want mud.
Yeah, so we had a good conversation about that, but at the end of the day, the planning commission said hard service. I can't remember which. planning
Right. We
commission
said
it
hard
was.
surface. We didn't want mud.
Right.
Oh.
So we took the
Anyway, that's why
option.
our discussions come up with better results.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly why we would want to see, so you'd have an architect come and present to the planning commission or discuss with the planning commission what is and isn't quality design. And at the end of the day, it's you guys who need to make that
Okay, so-
decision.
Now,
Charlie,
from my practical life experience, I can line up a whole bunch of architects and they all have a different idea of what they like.
Yes.
Okay, so why do we defer to people that are operating on an arbitrary standard? They're
Sure.
just making
I mean,
it up.
same reason you might get several differences of opinion or different diagnoses from a doctor. I mean, you talk to one, you talk to another, they might have a different opinion about what you have. And so you're just looking to an expert, not yourself, not others who don't have those kinds of experience and expertise. You're deferring to the experts. Doesn't mean that you're deferring to the experts in what your decision will be. Your decision is still going to be whatever the majority vote is from the planning commission, and then ultimately whatever the county commission decides after you've made your majority vote. So again, we're just deferring. We're setting up a scenario in which we're going to let the experts offer an opinion.
So,
And then at the end of the day, the planning commission.
so
gets to
the
make a
landowner,
decision.
we're in a realm where we say, what's this statistic? 25% of the cost of a new home is regulations. So now if I, the homeowner, if I, the commercial developer,
There you go.
whatever,
There you go.
want to do something with my property, I got to go find an architect and pay him to come in and say, yeah, it's got cap and base and form and I like it. So I just suggest we're getting too in the weeds on this. It ought to be up to the landowner, what he wants to put on his property, what it's going to look like.
Sure. Just one more point of clarification, or maybe another point of consideration. In B, we are saying this is a modification of the standard. So the applicant has said, we want to have a modern alpine design theme. Okay. They could come forward and have somebody who's, able to design something beautiful and they put it into place. Great. Then we have other people that want to also develop and they have, somebody who has a different opinion. What B is trying to say here is if, for example, they had a different, style or something they wanted to go with, they would have to say, if they wanted to, so let's just read it. It says, after receiving recommendation from a licensed architect, the planning commission may allow minor modifications to the applicability of the standards in this section, as long as it results in a design that better aligns with the intent of the design theme and blends well with the design of adjacent buildings. So one architect may design something beautiful and they put it in. Another design may be put in or proposed to be put in next door, but it just doesn't blend. There is some consideration. Well, how do we get this thing to go together? And if we have just everybody having beautiful things side by side, it may not work well together. There's a blend that is trying to be achieved here. That goes to the intent.
Okay, I'm trying to get down to a principle, a broad principle that
And we
can
understand
govern us.
that.
And I always give Mr. Ewert trouble about Disneyland, right? And
Gonna
Walt
wear my Mickey
Disney-
Mouse tie one of these days.
He owns Disneyland. He can do what he wants. Now, under this, Disneyland could not be developed because you got Adventureland and it looks a whole lot different from Tomorrowland, a whole lot different from the Princess Castle. They're nowhere near each other
so
and nobody'd go there.
They're Commissioner Burton. I appreciate your comments. I think they're well received. They're good comments. I want to question and I hope that we can think about this in lines of, so how do we meet in the middle of having a good open design where kind of going back to that, hey, they don't want to do concrete or asphalt because of concerns of heat, right? The radiation. How do we word this that says, hey, this last sentence here where you put monofuture science says, and blends well with the design of the adjacent buildings. I think that's a great comment. We want to make sure, and the goal of planning is to try and make sure that it fits well in the area and we're not going to end up stuck with something that is out of place, and we're left as taxpayers and local residents dealing with something that somebody else has just either abandoned or left. So how do we meet in the middle of
Like,
this?
does Tomorrowland fit with Future Land or where?
Hmm.
With Adventureland?
I might offer a comparison. Does Old Town Eden fit with Newtown Eden? Does Newtown Eden fit with Liberty? Does Liberty fit with Wolf Creek? They're all different communities. They all have their different unique flavor, and they all have their different design theme, or will have their different design theme once we're finished with all the others.
If we require them to have a design theme,
Sure.
if we require them. Now
Sure.
look at Snow Basin. They own it. They get to choose. And their skin's in the game. If it doesn't work, they go broke.
They get to choose until they sell
So
the
they hire
property.
the very best people they can get to make sure it works.
Yeah, and one of the reasons you would do that, is especially if I were Snow Basin, is because I'm going to sell that property to a developer who is going to build on that. They're not going to be building all the single family homes or all the condominiums up there. They are going to sell the property to other subdevelopers. And they don't want those subdevelopers to come in with their own dreams and their own visions, because they've already created a dream
Okay.
and already created a villain.
And that's what we
a
talked
vision.
about at the beginning of this meeting.
Well, hang
when
on,
we
hang
said
on,
private landowners
Okay,
can put
Commissioner.
restrictions on their land.
I appreciate your comments. I do. And Charlie, I appreciate your comments as well. I'm gonna ask you guys to pause. And let's get some public comments, couple, and then we can look at having motions or something along those lines. So
Great, thank you.
thanks, guys. Okay, so as I guess we don't need to open it, we are just going to take a few. So we want to hear your comments. As this has been, we have spent lots of time on public comment, just so everybody's aware. But we're going to have some, and we're going to stop it at 2 minutes. I would ask Martha if you would keep track for us. And as I mentioned, we want positive, non-repetitive comments. Please state your name and address.
How you doing today, commissioners? My name is Kenny Wright. I live in Nordic Valley. I have lived in Nordic Valley adjacent to the ski resort, just up the road from them. So my backyard is all Nordic Valley Ski Resort. And I would venture to say probably I've lived in Nordic Valley longer than anybody else is in this room. Anybody else lived longer than 45 years in Nordic? So my dream when I moved to Nordic Valley was a Nordic Valley village 45 years ago. So for me, a couple of years ago, the greatest thing that ever happened in the valley to me was a brand new chairlift that went in, which is a 6-person high-speed chairlift. My comment is I'm totally for the Nordic Valley Village. I'm totally for the ski resort to develop. It's sad that it's taken 45 years because I'm an avid skier and now I'm getting a little bit older, but it's a little tougher to ski like I used to. I'm just curious. I think that they'll take care of the water solution and the sewer solution because they have to do that before they can develop. They have to do that. You guys are never going to pass it until there's a concrete how we're going to do the sewer and the water up there. I'm just curious. It's going to be a ski village. The whole thing is designated to be a ski village. I don't think the ski resort itself is quite big enough yet for what they're trying to propose as a ski village, because I think if someone's going to move to Nordic Valley, they're going to want to be skiers. 90% of the time, they're going to be ski people. They're going to be people that want that. So I was just curious. The lift that they did put in is the most fabulous lift. It's the best skiing.
That's 2 minutes.
Oh, geez.
Thank you.
2 minutes already. Okay.
Appreciate
Anyway,
your
I'm
comments.
totally for the whole thing. I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I doing on mute?
I'm Bruce McGill. I've lived in Nordic Valley since '94. Just a couple items I wanted to mention. With the farm-based village, the whole premise being that you have aesthetic transition from high density, tall buildings to the existing houses that are single family residences. I noticed that the developer has made a concession concerning the view shed for the people on the north end of Viking Drive by reducing the size of one of their buildings from the 50 feet down to, I think, 35 feet for the multifamily section of their development. I think that's not quite enough. Dropping one building, it's not going to change that view. My recommendation is keep the tall buildings over towards the foot of the ski resort, which is away from that view shed for the people that live there. It's closer to the ski hill, put it more to the north. And that would really go further to accomplish that main aesthetic premise. One building doesn't do that. That's one building. That's not a real transition. My other point is what I would recommend is this roundabout, the southernmost roundabout that's near Viking Drive and Nordic Valley Way. I really recommend that you move that a little bit to the north, because if you incorporate Viking Drive and Nordic Valley Way in that nexus of traffic where you disperse to the different locations, that also does the same thing. You put all of that traffic and chaos of that roundabout and that dispersal right next to families with kids right there. If you could move that roundabout a half a block, maybe down to where like their maintenance shed is, so the Viking Drive is not one of the main exits, it creates a little bit of a filter, you might say, so that the residences aren't right there in that roundabout where you've got everybody coming through. And that's just one of how many options on that roundabout. If you could just move it a half a block north, Viking Drive is no longer in that chaos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe the applicant is here, so
Okay.
they thank you.
Good evening. I am Peggy Dilling Baker. I'm also a longtime resident of Nordic Valley, 37-year resident, and have lived through participating in 2 attempts to rezone the old Nordic Valley Golf Course. They had great plans, great visions, but it was not successful at that time. When we heard about this general plan, and I heard about the small village concept, I was all in, but this to me does not appear small. This to me does not appear to fit our environment. I felt like I'd had to go back and look at the definition of small, and I could not find it. It was very vague. It just said small area plans, areas within walking distance. That sounds wonderful, small area plans, not 500, 700 units. That is not small for our area. And then the second thing I'd like to mention is that the presumption of the rezoning I also have. If you vote for this form-based village, covering 50 acres of what is open space right now, the entire 50 acres of that, and it's one of the last open space parcels in the valley. If you vote for this, it seems like it predetermines your vote to move this to zoning for commercial and residential use. So as a resident of the valley, I feel that presumption of the vote. And the case could be made is you've approved this village to cover this area. You've already approved to rezone the area in essence. So please consider that. I hope that you delay this vote tonight. I hope you do not make that. I hope you do not rezone the open space we have left in the valley. And I would ask that we could find a plan. 2 minutes. May I finish my sentence? That we could find a plan that fits in the current zoning for a form-based village at Nordic Valley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marta, it looks like we have a couple people on. Oh, let's start.
Good evening, Ron Gleason, live in Eden, the Fairways neighborhood, which is across the valley from Nordic Valley. I submitted this to staff. I didn't see that it made the cut, but I wanted to mention it anyways because I believe it's important. When we look at these villages, and again, this is specific to the form-based village concept, we're talking about concentration of buildings, concentration of a lot of multifamily homes. What I'd like to see in the form-based village code is dealing with some specific lighting issues which will occur when you concentrate buildings. Specifically, I'd like to see a maximum number of lumens, which would be allowed on a given home, and a maximum number of lumens for any given light that's there. Yes, we do have a lighting ordinance, and it does go a long ways in helping to protect the dark skies, and but that was done 5 years ago. We need to progress it, and instead of opening up the lighting ordinance, I think putting some specific things for lighting as it pertains to villages, and that would be great. Specifically, when we look at the maximum number of lumens and all that, Ridgeway, Colorado, who just 3 years ago passed the lighting ordinance, did go with maximum lumens because of a very similar situation to the valley. And as far as the geography, topology, and being close to recreational areas. So again, I'd like to consider that and have it brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Darren Roboski. I've lived in Nordic Valley for 7 years. The comment that I'd like to have addressed is a couple comments. One was from the April 5th working session from Mr. Scott Perkes. I know that you guys don't want repeat comments, and I know that we've had a number of comments on concerns about water, et cetera. And so this is definitely a new comment, but to identify a comment that was made in the April 5th working session, which was to address the overall water in Nordic Valley and the supply that we have. Mr. Perkes, I think you had identified that, you know, the overall Utah Geological Study identified that simply drilling deeper into the aquifer, we can obtain more water. So both that 2019 study, you have a comment from a letter from the member of the public that adequately addresses this, both that study and the USGS study from 1994. Yes, the public's comments were addressed, but the facts are not supported by either of those studies. And so tonight, and as well as that April 5th work session, the form-based village requirements are formulated around requirements that are not supported by either the USGS study from 1994 or the UGS 2019 study that really show that the aquifer, although is deep under the Pine View Reservoir, is very shallow arms in the Nordic Valley region. So I don't think that we're prepared to formulate requirements such as what Ms. Kippen mentioned tonight around the parking, water drains, et cetera, and discussing the depth of the aquifer when the requirements are formulated around facts that are not supported by the studies, which both the Utah Geological Study, which is referenced on the county website. And this is discussed in detail by a member of the public that has not been addressed in my mind. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speak on behalf of the group, would be possible to have 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try to be brief as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak as well. So very briefly, I just want, oops. Okay. Very briefly, here's some acreage and square footage. This is referenced in the code. So I'm just showing you 1 acre is about 43,000 square feet. 1/8 of an acre is about 5,500 square feet. The code changes talk about 3 different types of residential areas: small, medium, and large. I'd like to point out, well, okay, I'll talk about that in a second. The small lot residential would have 1 house per 0.07 acres. That's 14 times the density currently in Nordic Valley. Most of the houses are on 1 acre lots. And that goes up to the rural residential, which is kind of what we have now. It's about 0.9 acres. So it's about the same. So I like to point that out. So the yellow and the orange are the 2 that are in between there. It's about 5 times to 2 times the current density. These are the areas that I see on the map that are orange and yellow. I live on Viking Drive, which is the one that's about 5 times the increase in density. That's a medium-sized lot. The large lots are 2 times the increase in density. I realize that we're not rezoning now, but I want to point this out because this is opening the door to be rezoned. I've heard multiple times people don't have to, but they can apply to rezone in the future. I don't think this is even needed to be in there at all. Why is there an increase in density being considered for these existing Nordic Valley residential area? The existing lots fit the rural residential or estate lot, 1 to 3 acres per lot definition right now. They do not meet small, medium, or large lot residential areas of 0.07 to half acre lots. I think this threatens to erode the special rural character of our neighborhood over time. This is not needed for the village to be built at the ski area base. And I don't even know if the applicant wants this. I see it in the form-based village. Zoning, I don't know if they need that. I don't think it affects the village at all. This proposal is a major zoning change or future potential zoning change, as I understand it, for the existing neighborhood. I'm curious, why is this being done? Is this a gradual increase in lot size away from this large base area? Is it being added to justify these large buildings? So we have to taper and have more higher density to get to where rural is. That's what we have now. So if you don't want to put big buildings next to rural, we have to somehow taper this off. So we're adding denser and denser housings till we finally get to what we have now. That's what it seems like to me. And I just want you guys to understand that this is a major change. These street maps are fundamentally changing the neighborhood, not just for us, but all these other villages that are being created. The text amendment should be considered concurrently with the rezone application. I agree with Commissioner Francis on this. I think a decision now is premature, very premature. I showed this slide last month and I'm showing it again, not to repeat, but to point out there's a quarter-mile radius is what these villages were intended to be, the walking distance. And there was 3 villages, and I mentioned that before, over the course of 1.2 miles. I appreciate the applicant changing their zoning and reducing the impact above Viking Drive, but there's still 3 villages. There's still 3 areas. They're not consolidating in the center into one village. I'd like to point that out. Also, public comments were, I believe, overwhelmingly talking about increasing setbacks, reducing height. The way that I read the current regulation or the current revision is that the minimum lot size are actually removed. There's no minimum rear lot size, which is going to affect the people along the golf course, I believe, quite a lot, and potentially those in Viking. It's been removed, and it talks about this perpetual maintenance agreement, and that's because they can't access the building. It's going to be so close to property boundaries that they can't get to the building to maintain it, to paint it and clean it. So you have to have an agreement with the adjacent landowner to go through their land to access their building. That's how close it is, 5 to 10 feet.
That's 4 minutes.
Okay. The last thing is this, I could not read this zone on the legend, and some of the things being put out to the public are not readable. I just want to point that out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Martha, we got some people online. Looks like there's 5. Is it 5 with their hands up? Would you pick one?
Jan Fulmer.
Hi, Jan.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I guess I have just 2 comments, maybe 2 questions, and this is strictly on the ordinance. All right. Number 1, owner occupied short-term rentals. The owner must be present, and also if there are 2, 3, or 4 multifamily dwelling units, they can be only rented, and it has to be done by a professional management company. My question on that is, how on earth will you be able to enforce this? Because we haven't even really made a dent in the short-term rental issues we have right now. The second thing is in Exhibit B, where it says land use implementation, section 1.1.1. Bonus density should be used sparingly and only in the event minimal bonuses can be leveraged for significant and meaningful advancement of the goals and principles of this plan. This plan being the Ogden Valley General Plan. Okay, Charlie and Scott, you know exactly how I feel about bonus development units. To me, this looks like it's a little subjective to say they should be used sparingly. Who determines sparingly? And always remember, bonus development units were never part of the public input to the Ogden Valley General Plan. Bonus development units were added as an amendment behind closed doors by the commissioners, and it is a real sore point. So my concern is those two, primarily enforcement and who decides what quote unquote sparingly will be. Thank you.
Looks like Beth Austin.
Hello, my name is Beth Austin. I live in Nordic Valley Drive. There's so much I agree with, but the thing I want to speak about that I think needs a lot more attention is the wide variety of new permitted uses that would be allowed on the streets of Nordic Valley. We are FV3, which is not a resort, it is a forest limited residential. But if one of my neighbors wants to become part of the form-based village, there are so many uses that they could be permitted to do without having any input from any government official that would really impact my property values and my quality of life, including a cemetery, fire station, medical service station, post office, public school, church, mosque, and accessory buildings and parking. I also don't understand how, if Nordic Valley Water rejected the form-based village, how individual lot owners are supposed to join the form-based village, and yet I'm not sure where they're going to get their water from, because a lot of these uses would use so much more water. I also have a lot of concerns about all the new uses for the 0-1 open spaces. The people spent decades and creating and working on the Ogden Valley plan, and to spend a few months changing all the uses of these zones, I don't see the purpose. I do not think they at all comply with the Ogden Valley plan. I think they affect our health, safety, and dangerousness. And I don't think that they're in any way an environmental trade.
That's 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Eric Von Arks.
Yes, hello, I'm Eric Von Arks, 2815 Nordic Valley Drive. I'm going to read a letter I wrote. Form-based development is inappropriate for Nordic Valley. There is no area or land in Ogden Valley that is more beautiful or more precious than the Nordic Valley open space old golf course land. None. There is no land more deserving of protection and preservation than the open space zone land. The form-based overlays will unquestionably lead to the destruction of this open space. Setting the precedent of destroying open space lands for development will put all open space lands in jeopardy. Once the open space land is developed, it's gone forever, lost for all future generations. Let's remove the form-based development entirely from Nordic Valley and save this outstanding naturalized property for all families, both present and future. Many people only see the open space from the road and the seasonal parking lot. I'd ask everyone here to go to the property and see it from within. See it as the moose, ducks, sandhill cranes, owls, deer, hawks, bird flocks, and walkers see it. See the ponds, the stream, the woodlands, the pathway under the old willow trees, the aspen stands, the broad grasslands, the swampy areas with Phragmites grasses, and the still existing failed perk test pipes sticking out of the ground. See this treasure for what it is: spectacular, beautiful, naturalized with an unequaled peacefulness. There is no property more deserving of protection from development than this already zoned 01 open space land. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Felis Quigley.
Hello, good evening. My name is Felice Quigley and I am very new to Nordic. I bought a house about a year ago. I've been very active in commenting on the development with Charlie and Scott. Met the developer and I'm not opposed to development at all. As a matter of fact, not in this jurisdiction, but where I come from in the Virgin Islands, I'm very involved in development because I'm a real estate attorney. I understand that we can't restrict the ability to construct and build, and that should be every owner's option and right. And so I'm very, very staunch about supporting that. What I'm not staunch about is supporting the fact that we also as a neighborhood should be able to comment and bring to the forefront issues that are important to us as an existing neighborhood of 300 individuals with existing homes in a wonderful community that I feel so proud to be part of. And one of the things that I think should be considered here is what Doug and Bruce mentioned. Doug, in his very, very well thought presentation, said that, maybe this isn't the type of zoning that we should really be considering. When the developer originally applied, he applied for DRR2 zoning because it was not a 100-acre resort. What he applied for was DRR2, because DRR1 was limited to 100 acres. So, maybe we should go back to that idea, because what they're trying to do is stick form-based village zoning in an area that has already been established for many, many years. And it seems to me that people are trying to put a square inside of a circle that sometimes doesn't work. So maybe we should reconsider that.
L. Irvin.
Hi, my name is Larry Irvin. We bought our home here in Nordic Valley 25 years ago. I'd like to speak numbers pertaining to the proposed Nordic Village project and the FPV amendments. I submitted a supporting document that dives much deeper into the numbers on a few topics, and I see it's available in the public comment summary. I feel many of these proposed FPV amendments are an attempt to shoehorn the Nordic Valley area into this form-based village concept, because it just doesn't fit otherwise. Nordic Valley stands out notably from the other circled potential village locations on the general plan map, primarily because it's the only one that contains and relies heavily on currently zoned open space for a significant portion of the building development. We've heard the total development size is over 500 acres, but the majority of the building that we're talking about will occur in the 54 acres across the road from the current Nordic ski facilities, of which 40 acres is zoned open space. Hard to imagine any traditional higher density proposal in this area getting very far asking to convert this much open space. But that would happen if this form-based village zoning is applied here. I see no Nordic Valley specific wording in these amendments that changes the fact that open space will be mostly consumed, not just the zoning, but physically consumed by this higher density development, and thus dramatically altering this area in a manner much different than the other proposed village locations. As we try to avoid the valley of rooftops aesthetic that's been mentioned in the past, and converting our planning mindset to how a project looks from the street, let's not lose sight of the fact that the character of this valley is more about living in it than driving in it.
That's 2 minutes.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, looks like we have one more, Robbie Coons.
Hi, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to us this evening. One thing that's come to mind over the last couple weeks as we try to push into this form-based village is how it affects the rest of the neighborhood as it pertains to the new zoning. I do understand we as residents have the option to adopt into this new zoning for our own properties, but it doesn't seem like it's actually a viable option, primarily because the homeowners here all generally sit on about 1 acre. And it's already extremely difficult on a 1 acre lot to percolate to put your septic system in. My next door neighbor built a home just a couple years ago, 1,600 square foot home on 1 acre, and nearly could not fit everything in because of how much linear feet he needed for his septic system to percolate. And now you're trying to move many of the neighborhood into 1/2 acre and 1/4 acre, and that's something that we just can't adopt. It wouldn't benefit us at all. And it would essentially disallow the form-based village to work in the essence that it was designed to work, where the zoning gets less and less dense as you go out. It doesn't work in this manner. You essentially are going to go to high density and immediately to 1 acre lots. Those 1 acre lots cannot work into 1/4 acre or 1/2 acre lots. Because of this, I push to not allow for this form-based village.
That's 2 minutes.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, looks like we've taken most of the public comment. Appreciate the public's comments. I know I have a question, but I don't know if any of the other commissioners have questions.
For this whole. Zoning is only for the designated village area.
So it depends. It depends on when and if another owner chooses to ask the county to zone themselves to the form-based village. So right now, today in this meeting, and any decision that comes out of this meeting, if there is one, is only to adopt the text that creates the Nordic village area. So you see the map in there. It's kind of like a glorified general plan, but it's being adopted by ordinance, so it has to be complied with. It's not applied to any property. Now, later, you're going to need to have, the applicant of the Nordic project is going to need to come in and ask for a rezone to the FBV zone, which they've already submitted an application. That's why we call them an applicant. They've already submitted an application for that, and it will be on one of your upcoming agendas. If a neighbor to that area wants to rezone to the FBV zone, they would likewise submit a rezone application and ask for that zone. Now, each one of those rezone applications are legislative. So every single one of them, the 7 of you have the ability to say this doesn't work or this does work for these reasons, and either give the rezone or don't give the rezone, or recommend it to the county commission, and then ultimately the county commission will decide. So yes, there's a larger area that it could be applied to. It would just need to be applied one parcel at a time, essentially.
Charlie, to clarify that just a little bit, as part of the general plan, it was established that this particular Nordic area, when you say it could be a larger area, we're talking about just kind of surrounding Nordic Valley was designated in the general plan as an area we would like to see form-based village. Is that correct?
Actually, yes. There's a little bit of a confusion about the difference between the 1/4 mile radius around a village center and a small area plan. The small area plan is intended, we don't have any geographic boundaries right now on what those small area plans should be. We're actually creating those with each of these street regulating plans. So when we did Old Town and New Town Eden, we created essentially boundaries where we said, all right, here's a hard line between Eden and Liberty, Eden and Nordic, Eden and Wolf Creek. We just created that hard line. Here we are, and you'll see in the map, if you flip back to the back, we're creating a hard line between Nordic and Liberty. And then once we do Liberty, we'll see that hard line between Liberty and Wolf Creek. So those are small areas that we focus our small area planning on. And that small area planning should rotate on about an annual to biannual basis. The quarter acre circles on those commercial village maps, those just indicate the walkability, the quarter mile walkability from the center of town. If you read the fine print right next to it, it says this does not define the boundaries of a village. It just shows what the average distance a person is willing to walk. So the villages could go outside of those quarter mile circles that are there. So sum up real quickly, we've got those quarter mile circles, which don't really define anything except for how far someone is willing to walk on average. And then we have an edict in the plan to create small area plans. There is no definition in the plan that tells us where those boundaries are.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Are there any other questions? I know that Charlie and Scott usually take the public comments pretty seriously and try to address them, but if the commissioners have any specific comments first, let's have those.
So, Charlie, Mr. Ewert.
Call me Charlie.
Is
Mr.
there
Ewert's my
any
dad.
reason that this form-based zone couldn't apply only to the Nordic Valley Resort?
No.
It doesn't have to be expanded into the neighborhood,
Correct.
but it could be expanded in the future at comparison with a city that expands its boundaries.
That's right.
If a neighboring person wanted to be part of this, he could apply to be, quote, annexed in.
Yes, and you're actually spelling out exactly what is happening and will happen. So the form-based village, after the Nordic development team comes in and asks for it to be applied to their property, it'll only be their property until somebody next door asks for it to be part of their property. And then we can expand it or annex it, like you mentioned, to their property.
Now, Charlie, can I clarify or ask a question just for point of understanding? There really is no difference between once this is created, or if it's created, to say that if I live, so it'd be the equivalent of me who lives, I live in a 3 acre zone, residential. I don't even, to be honest, I don't know my own zone, but whatever, I'm in a 3 acre minimum area. It'd be the equivalent of me asking for a commercial zone in my area. Is that correct? Fairly similar, other than the general
Similar.
plan actually calls it, the difference between me doing it and someone in this zone doing it is the general plan kind of directs that we would want that.
The
where
commercial
me,
element, yes.
Where me, it doesn't specifically state that, but I would still have to go through the exact same hurdles to do that as if this person in the form-based village that lived there, if I had 3 acres there, would have to go through that same
That's
area.
correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
So it's not an easy feat.
No.
To change right over.
And every single one of the rezones are determined after recommendation from you guys, after evaluation from staff by the county commission on a case-by-case basis. Wide discretion to determine whether or not those rezones should be granted. If you've got one landowner next door who wants to annex in one home on a certain amount of acreage, and for whatever reason, it just doesn't make sense for such a small piece of property or such a small configuration or whatever it is to be annexed in, it doesn't get annexed in because you guys would make that decision. Well, the county commission will make that decision after receiving a recommendation from you.
Thank you.
So a lot of difference there.
Quick question. So, but the difference on this, that large 50+ acres would all of a sudden be part of the village though, that is currently open space. I think my concern is just that so many people have moved there with the idea that that was always going to be open space. So this is really hard pill to swallow for a lot of people.
Sure is, and I empathize quite a bit with folks who wanted to see that stay open for quite some time. It is what it is. The applicant has asked for. I'm not entirely certain how we would have designed the Nordic area form-based village regulating plan differently if the applicant hadn't asked the question about receiving a rezone. We certainly did use their proposal, design, street layout, and so forth to inform us on how to create the street layout on their property. we use the streets that already exist primarily to inform us on how to do the street layout for the rest of the neighborhoods. And so that part of that open space zone is definitely in there and being proposed to be developed. Another part of it through this rezone will also be open still, because even through the form-based village zone, there are those open space areas and they'll be preserved as open space areas. So it's entirely possible if the applicant wasn't asking the question now, we'd be looking at this just a little bit differently. But overall, we'd still be looking at a village core and then radiating out from there.
So Charlie, oh, I'm sorry. My question kind of changes gears a little bit is that, so if I lived in a yellow, what we're proposing in these maps is a yellow area. And I lived on 1 acre and I wanted to look at splitting into 2 lots. It's kind of in this plan here. How I would go about that is first I'd have to get approval to be changed to the zone.
That's right.
And in order to do that, to get changed to the zone, I would have to provide that I would have a transferable development right to be able to get into that before I would get approved to be in the zone.
Yep, or at least a contract to purchase one.
Yeah. And so my 1 acre, I could split to 2, but I would have to buy a development right from somewhere else to be able to create that. So we still maintain the open space across the valley.
That's right. And that's your discretion to decide whether or not you're going to require that development right contract up front. So the code doesn't require that development right transfer to happen before the rezone. You certainly can ask for it to happen. Don't give any rezones without it, if that's what you choose to do. If you give, let's just say we're not in Nordic right now, we're down in the Eden area, just for easier conversation. If you were to grant a larger area in Eden, the form-based village zone, before any of the transfers took place, no one will be able to build those extra units, the units that would otherwise be transferred, until they have executed a contract to transfer them. And so if you apply the form-based village zone to the property without getting that contract executed, the execution of that contract becomes an administrative decision. There's no discretion after you've already given them the zone. So if you know for sure this is where you want the zone, so let's just say you're taking in Carlos and Harley's and you're saying, all right, we're going to apply the form-based village zone to Carlos and Harley's before they've transferred any development rights to that property. They'd have the zone, but they'd have no development rights to use, no dwelling unit rights to use, right? So they couldn't do anything unless they were doing commercial stuff. And so in order for them to actually put development rights or residential development rights on the property, they'll have to go out and execute that agreement. But at that point, because they've already received the zone, we wouldn't be able to stop them from transferring those units. Does that make sense? It's just, it'd be administrative at that.
Okay. Commissioner Francis.
I just think, or one of the issues or concerns I have with applying the form base in the Nordic Valley area is, as it's been pointed out, just with the development rights currently owned by the petitioner, it almost completely doubles the population of Liberty, just with the current. And then when you have all these other streets that are going out, to me, it just explodes.
Yeah. So I want to make something pretty clear on that point, though. If they proposed a cluster subdivision today, by right, they'd be able to get it. And the calculations for density points is exactly the same. And so they'd be able to move a lot of that residential down to where the CBR1 is, over to where the FR1 is. They wouldn't be able to touch the open space area and put whatever else they wanted to, maybe just a little bit up above where the CBR1 area is right now. So they could still get the same amount of dwelling units today.
Right.
So
but then with street zones, other additional.
Right.
So that's the thing. It literally, we say that it's only limiting to what they have.
Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Yes. Yep. That's right.
But it does not change the density of the entire valley.
Because you have to have a transferred right.
No, even in those other streets would have to transfer it in.
Still, I'm just saying what people, when they bought in, they did their due diligence where they wanted to. They didn't saw what was allowed. They didn't see what was going to be allowed.
When we were looking in the Old Town Eden area, even in the Newtown Eden area where the residences are, we tried to be pretty cautious about how that density kind of radiated out from a center. There are a few areas in Old Town Eden that are currently residential that frankly they could probably fit 8 times as much density in that area now. But for the most part, as we moved away from that, you get that subdivision to the north of Old Town Eden. We tried to stay fairly or relatively true to the types of lots that exist there now. So 1 acre lots. In this particular project, as we were looking at the areas, we gravitated away. We were trying to come up with best management practices for you guys, well, in both areas, but this area is a little more challenging, right? Because it's not on flat ground. And so trying to figure out how do we provide that radiation from a center under that best management practice. We ended up painting some of those road certain colors. If it helps, if you would rather in a recommendation today or some other time when you make the decision, ask for those streets to be painted a different color, we'll paint them a different color. There's no pride in authorship in how all of that's laid out. We're just attempting to provide you with a professional recommendation of best management practices.
So these are recommendations. So technically, if I'm on the line between green and yellow, it's going to be looked at either way. Or even if I'm in green or on the yellow, you're going to be looked at either way.
Right.
This is more or less a direction of a plan. It's not a.
It's actually a
it's not
sub plan, right? It's we have our general plan that says go in this direction. This is a small area plan that we adopted by code that says now here's a little bit more details about this specific area. So yeah,
It's a direction for developers and what we're trying to do so they can.
That's right.
Give direction. So with that, if there's no more, I think we'll go ahead and have Scott and Charlie, if you could address any of the comments that you'd like to, that you heard.
Okay. Yeah, there are a few comments. A few comments are aspirational and desires. A couple of things I just wanted to make sure we make the record clear. As far as the roundabout not being right at Viking Drive, we've actually had that conversation with the applicant, thought about some ways that we might be able to do that. We might be able to completely reconfigure kind of how the road goes up into that area using the applicant's property. And so that's something we would certainly entertain with the applicant. The conversation about being all in when the general plan was created of small villages and then having this be a little bit of a different thing than a small village. When we were going through the general plan process, I tried to make it pretty clear that if we're successful at this TDR thing, which I don't think we're going to be 30% successful, but 30% is still less density out on those open spaces that would otherwise be there. But if we're going to be 100% successful, we've got to find somewhere to put 10,000 dwelling units somewhere. Now, nobody wants it in their backyard. Nobody wants it in their backyard. Every single community would say, Eden would say Nordic's a great place. Liberty would say Wolf Creek's a great place, and vice versa. And so if the end result of nobody wanting it anywhere means it goes everywhere, that's the exact opposite of what that plan was attempting to do. That was one of the fundamental cornerstones of that plan. It's got to go somewhere. In last meeting, Mr. Gleason mentioned, well, is there any kind of a limit, an upper limit on this, on any of these areas? And the answer to that question is, we've got 8 areas. Let's put 10,000 dwelling units in them if we're going to be 100% successful at implementing the general plan. Does that get split 8 ways? Does that get split evenly? I kind of think Eden is going to take off a lot faster than anywhere else will. I kind of think that Nordic is going to work, a couple of buildings at a time, year over year until they're 20-year build out. We're definitely not going to see this in a year or 2. We might see some construction at that time. So a lot of this is going to come right down to infrastructure. Anyway, as far as small village concepts go, eyes in the beholder, I guess, and we tried to communicate 10,000 in these areas at that Mr. Gleason, Ron mentioned lumens. There are communities in their dark sky ordinances that do regulate lumens per square foot on residential properties as well as on commercial properties. We have ordinances that regulate lumens per square foot in parking lots, under canopies, and in generally light intensive areas or uses. When it comes to the individual buildings, that's where things kind of get a little bit different. And if it's a single family dwelling, even more so, we just say shielded. We don't even regulate lumens. A little hard to require. Really, it's an administrative thing. When staff are looking these things over, it's a lot easier just to say, what's your cut sheet for your lighting, as opposed to doing a very complicated assessment of what your lumens per square foot is. And that's the reason why our ordinance went.
Charlie,
yes,
more on that. I think some of the comment was, can we add this to a form-based requirement to, as a resident, I'd like to see something that would help with that. What's your thoughts that way?
Absolutely. In fact, that's Mr. Gleason actually sent that email over. And Ron, if you're listening, I apologize if that didn't get into the packet. That was an email he sent over to me.
I do remember reading it, just
okay.
to be clear.
Okay, good. So you did see it.
I don't know where, but I read it in one of these.
We could get into the form-based village regulations in each of these villages and add additional lighting standards in there if you guys want to. Be happy to. I want to find an easier way to do it than lumens per square foot, but if that's the end result, that's the end result. Or we could just go back to the lighting code and say, as we develop, we want to see a little bit more strict standards on these lumens per square foot. More than happy to do it either way. Or leave the ordinance as it is and wait and see. Let's do that. I would prefer not do it as part of this, though. We're a little bit further in the project. Maybe when we're doing the Wolf Creek, which again is coming on the heels of this small area.
Would that be retroactive to this area?
It'd be
Just to
retroactive.
clarify, I
Yeah,
would like you to clarify. that, I
retroactive to
guess.
anything that hasn't been constructed yet. So if Mr. Jouffre ran out there and built a condominium complex immediately within the next couple of months, then the new standards might not apply to that building. But
Can we put something in a development agreement?
Mhm.
So that would protect that?
Sure, yeah,
So
it certainly could.
Like you say, so if we address it as a line item, as we've jumped through this a lot, we've kind of left that item alone. If we say, hey, we're going to address it and it'll retroactive, is that something we could put on a to-do list for a development agreement to say, hey, make sure that lighting is addressed per.
It's on the list. Okay, perfect. And when they come in for their rezone, we'll have, when Scott submits his staff report to you guys, we'll have a list, a laundry list of recommendations of standards that go into that development agreement. You guys will be able to add any more that you feel like needs to be appropriate, but this will be on the list. Great. Adequacy of water. Really astute observation on the different shape that the aquifer is in. I know that it infuriates at least one person in the valley when I say, if you didn't hit water, drill deeper. And I say that a little bit tongue in cheek. I mean, bedrock holds a lot of water, but it really depends on what your geology is. And so if it's the one person I'm thinking of, let me tell her I apologize in advance for if I upset anything. But the answer is a little bit different than going deeper. It could be go lateral, right? Go ahead.
And I want to make sure, because I had some questions that he was bringing up, something to do with discrepancies between what was brought up and USGA study or USGS studies.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I cut you off
Oh,
there,
you're
but
good.
if you'll make sure that's addressed in your answer.
Perfect. Thank you for bringing that up. So the UGS study that was done recently, and then there was a study that was done earlier on in the 90s, also by UGS. In fact, the one that was done recently was built on the findings of the one that was done in the 90s. And frankly, the one that was done in the 90s was done by the Weber County geologist. We had an on-staff geologist at that point. That just kind of floors me that we had that kind of resource for us. What it said was there is a geometry to the geology in this area. And so when the water comes in, it's going to go, it finds its certain channels based off of the different layers of geology that's in the ground. And different layers transfer water differently, but ultimately all of that water comes down into the valley fill aquifer, which is your deep channel. You've got your shallow channel or your shallow aquifer, and then you've got your deep aquifer, and everything that falls in the mountains comes down into this, it hits a geologic formation that is essentially a giant clay layer that's under the flatter parts of the valley. So as it comes off the mountainside, it slips under that clay layer. And that's where your deep aquifer is. And that's where your clean water is. Whereas your shallow aquifer, that's where we've been, well, that's the lake. And then it's everything that's under the lake for, I don't know how many feet that is. Ogden City's wells out there, they're underwater in the lake, but they penetrate through the clay layer. They get to the deep aquifer. And so to say just drill deeper, that's probably a little misleading, and I apologize. It depends on the geology in that specific location. So what was just mentioned was the geometry has been studied and it's been mapped up and mapped out in these regions, which is probably quite accurate. So the question really isn't about going deeper. I'll pull that back. Maybe it's going lateral, right? They can't do something like this unless they have culinary water. And if they can't get culinary water out of the ground by going down and going deeper, then they've got to go that way, right? And so they're going to need to work with another water provider or another well provider, someone else who has a different source elsewhere. Eden isn't too far away. I don't know how Eden would feel about it. Scott and I actually just watched a video from a well driller up in that area, not the Nordic area, a little bit to the east, where once they hit, they had a geyser of water come out. The pressure underground was sustained a geyser for quite a bit of time before it actually tapered off. And so the amount of water is not a question. That has been quantified by scientific data and research. The challenge that the UGS study does point out is not just the geometry, but it also points out that your septic system densities is leaching the effluent into the water. And if you don't have a high amount of water that's passing through these areas and diluting that effluent, it could make it down into that deep valley fill aquifer. And so we could continue to develop out at 1 unit to 3 acres, 1 unit to 1 acre, whatever it is. We can continue to try and do that. But if we don't create a sewer system, the community will be at risk for losing its clean water, drinking water, and it'll only be bottled water at that point. And that's certainly not something that the commissioners want to see. And the commissioners are very invested in trying to figure something out in that respect. So again, I mean, this is something we're working on in Western Weaver County. We know across the state, especially with the drought, that we've got some water issues. And maybe the solution is tapping other water resources in different drainage basins. Different desert communities have tried to do that across the West, some to varying degrees of success. Scott and I were just kind of joking the other day, but it might not be too far from the truth 50 years from now that Snake River seems to have a lot of water in it still, and that's not too far away. So not to say that that has anything to do with this project here. Okay, did that get to all the points? Good. Great, let's see. As far as creating a form-based village zone to justify the mass of this project, I want to readdress that. I totally get the way that this looks, and I get the speculation and the concern that the tail is wagging the dog here. That's not the case. We would have come to the community, to the planning commission with a form-based village concept, a small area plan, just like we did in Old Town Eden and New Town Eden. and worked through these concepts one way or the other, with or without a development application. It did speed things up that we had a development application.
So if I hear you correctly, as we did the Eden one, this was on the list. It could have been Wolf Creek, but just happens to be Nordic because of the applicant driven. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And honestly, from my perspective, as we're looking at managing what work comes next, I thought Nordic would be the most important because of the vacancy of on the land at the base of the ski hill. I thought maybe we'd see something sooner rather than later there. I didn't know we'd see something this quickly. And so already planning on tackling Nordic next, but I mean, Old Town Eden took us 2.5, 3, well, take COVID out, took us 2 years to do. I anticipated Nordic to take at least a year, year and a half, even after we created the form-based village. So it's just, we're going faster. And well, technically here we are half a year instead of a year. Okay, and not to say you're gonna make any kind of decision yet. Support you guys in whatever choices you make. One comment that was suggested, but was actually directly accused in a phone conversation a few days ago, was that staff should not be supporting the developer in this. Staff should not be advocating for the development. And I want to make it very clear, we're not. You know, the applicant can live or die by their own laws. We're supporting, staff are here supporting and advocating for the implementation of the general plan. 100 people can read the general plan 100 different ways and find 100 different conflicts and different ways to read things. But as one of the primary authors of the plan, after working with the public and trying to figure out how do we come to some level of consensus on what to do with 10,000 dwelling units, this is the plan we came to. And the reason why you plan is because when specific projects come in, everything goes sideways because it hits people as a little bit of a surprise. And certainly it hit us as a surprise that it was coming this fast, like I mentioned. Those feelings are very valid, that it's hitting people as a surprise, and that's why we plan, so that we can stay the course from the original.
Thank you for your work with the developer and for what you do to kind of mediate and express, you know, the public interest and taking the landowner's interests in view with what the community is going to want and actually doing that. You guys do a great job. Thank you.
I appreciate that. One of the other comments that I think is in your packet is nobody knows what happens behind closed doors, or as Alexander Hamilton, the play says, no one was in the room when it happens, or no one else was in the room when it happens. Scott and I, we sit down with the developer weekly and talk about different things. And a number of those things are us challenging the developer to show us how this is in the best interest of the plan, in the best interest of the community, and how the developer is going to mitigate some of these concerns that we're working on. So we're definitely not in there playing checkers saying, good job, we're gonna defend you guys in front of everyone. That's not what we're doing. Our job is to make sure we're here for the community for the future. And part of the community is the developer who is an applicant. Okay, I see a question.
A quick question.
Okay.
As the Ogden Valley Land Trust keeps retiring more acreage, are you cutting back or pulling back these numbers, projected development units?
No, and we should, actually. We should be looking at those numbers.
Because we've had some large ones that would be impacted.
Yeah, actually, the one over on at the monastery as well, that Bill White has retired a ton of units over there. Was Land Trust involved in that at all? Do you know, at the monastery?
What was the question again? Which
Sorry,
one?
was the Land Trust involved in the monastery conservation easement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, that one.
We're a co-partner with.
Perfect. And there are a few hundred units that have been pulled off of the valley floor. So we should actually be tracking these and reducing that number. So we're not saying 10,000. Maybe now we're saying 9,800 or whatever that was. I can't remember. But
And we're still going strong. So
good. Well, anyway, we can help
should
support
meet.
that. And actually, I think that'd be a great idea. One of the objectives in the plan is to support the land trust, and I think it'd be pretty wild to have the land trust acquire some property, be a developer for 4 lots, sell it, use that money to acquire a lot more property. So use that to the best of its ability. Okay, Ms. Fulmer, always very helpful, and she's in regular communication with us. So she had questions about bonus development units, and Jan, I'm with you. We don't want to see bonus development units in the valley. I'm not quite sure where the concern is coming from because we're not recommending bonus development units for this project. It might have been stemmed from giving free density for moderate income housing, but we've kind of taken that off the table for now. And even the applicant has said, well, that's fine. We'll use it out of our existing.
So
pool.
the bonus development, that's not found in the zoning change. This what we're looking at.
No bonus density is allowed or offered in what you're looking at here, as long as that moderate income provision is removed. Yeah.
So Jan referenced bonus development, lockouts, that kind of thing, right?
I'm not entirely certain if she's specifically referencing lockouts. Lockouts are already allowed by the CBR1 zone. The lockouts are, maybe that's not public facing. This is one of the things, you got to be in the room where it happens. We're working with the applicant to require that these lockouts and condominiums and are graduated from their development pool, their number of development rights on a proportionate ratio. You'll see that when the rezone comes. I don't want to get too far off course and talk about that, but if you're doing a lockout, there's going to be a proportionate adjustment to the number of development rights that they have. So yeah, we're not talking about any kind of bonus densities here unless it's a small incentive for employee housing. So, and then the other question that she mentioned was, part of the first question was who determines how to interpret the general plan? The county commission. Ultimately, they're the end result unless it's appealed and the courts decide. But you guys help create that and craft that with your recommendation. Another thing she mentioned was concerns about short-term rentals and owner occupancies. Why are we even thinking about that if we can't get our current issue under control? So right now, we're looking at where we talk about owner occupied in these areas. We're actually replacing something that's already allowed in this community, and that is bed and breakfast dwellings and bed and breakfast inn. In your packet, you'll see we've removed bed and breakfast dwelling and bed and breakfast inn. Now the question is, well, how are we going to force it and tackle that problem? And the answer is it a problem with bed and breakfast dwelling and bed and breakfast inns right now? I'm not aware of a problem with bed and breakfast being there, or I'm not aware of an issue with that. If we do have an issue with those, let's definitely take them on. Owner has to be on site while it's being rented out. It's the same thing as a bed and breakfast. We're just not requiring them to provide breakfast. That's the only difference. And we can write that back in if you want to. Okay, so Ms. Quigley actually brought something up that I think is really important to address. And I think it's important to address it through the context that she mentioned. She's newer to the area and getting very involved. She's not the first person to say, why are we resting our laurels on a 6-year-old plan? That's not an invalid question. As new people move in, and this is one of the reasons people are afraid of new people and afraid of growth. As new people move in, minds change, plans change, and that's certainly worth a consideration. At some point in the future, things will be different than they are now because you'll have new people who have different ideas about how things should work. And that's certainly the case. So she says maybe the form-based village zone doesn't fit this area, maybe. But when you're looking at it through Ms. Quigley's lens, which is we see what the applicant is proposing, therefore we don't like it and the FBV zone shouldn't be applied. I think there's a fallacy in that. That's the form-based village isn't the problem. It would be what's being proposed by that. So we don't have to do mixed-use commercial in a form-based village. You could have a residential neighborhood that's governed by a form-based code. And maybe the word village is a misnomer. Maybe we should say form-based communities. So it fits. It's a matter of whether or not the project that's going to be proposed to be rezoned to it fits the area, or a matter of whether or not we've gotten the right street coding. Is mixed use commercial, is multifamily, are those the right streets for that area? And I'll let you guys make that decision. Same concerns, I think, brought up a little bit. And again, I'm hoping I don't mischaracterize or misunderstand any of the comments, but Mr. Irvin, I think, brought up the same concern. But are we shoehorning something in where it just doesn't fit? I'll let you guys decide. But it's not the form-based village concept that's causing the problem, if there is a problem. We can create a form-based village concept that says, see, most of the lots are up there at 1 acre, right? We can create a form-based village concept that says this is our 1 acre. Everything that's to develop off of here should be on 1 acre of ground. Everything that's developed off of this street should be on 3 acres of ground. Still form-based village. Okay. So again, that's not the problem. It's the colors on the map that might be the challenge. Open space, mostly physically consumed, is another one that Mr. Irvin brought up, and certainly valuable concerns. As we sat down with the developer at the very beginning of this, that was our very first thing we looked at. That has been open for a very long time. And there have been some ordinances and some agreements that have been in place to help create that open area. It was supposed to be a golf course. It failed. Golf courses will fail. I'm going to say this into the microphone so everybody can hear. Golf courses will fail at some point in time. They will change uses. And so if anywhere else you might see a golf course, it's good to have a plan for what might happen when that golf course goes a different direction. So as you think about that, I empathize with anyone who bought right next to an open space area thinking it'll stay open. I've told you guys the story about my mom thinking that she had the perfect view of the most beautiful mountain in the Utah Valley, until the house went up next door and she thought it was an open space area. So it does get challenging. We worked with the applicant and frankly, the designer did a really good job right up front saying, we want to buffer these residential lots right here from our development. And so we're going to keep this open space here. Part of I think one of the misnomers, Commissioner Francis, I don't think you were the only one who mentioned, somebody else mentioned that it's a village. How can you have open space if you're calling it a village? In the plan, when you read the plan, we are talking about how that area will stay open. And in the development agreement, we will commit that area to stay open. It's just not as big as it was. Instead of the 8, was it ever an 18 hole, or was that always was that a 9 hole? Now it's a 5. Okay. One of the comments, I just wanted to clarify. I really liked the comment that when we're looking at land development in our community, we need to be looking at the character of the valley for the people who live here, not for the people who drive through here. I think that's a beautiful statement. And I just wanted to make sure it's clear that form-based village, we may have mischaracterized. This is not about people driving through. This is about people experiencing their community and having a well-designed community that they can experience and interface with. And so I apologize if I ever made it seem like we're trying to design to people who drive through. Question about 1 acre lots not percolating. And so if we go smaller, we're really creating a scenario where we can't apply the form-based village zone. It's another astute observation, and it's an issue we have in any form-based village that we're looking at. We can't do a lot in Old Town and Newtown Eden until there's a sewer system that is created. We knew that from the beginning when we were creating this. The goal is to keep effluent out of the water. We need to have that sewer system. Going through the general plan process, it was a very prevalent comment that if we create a sewer system, we're just going to be enabling growth. That's not entirely accurate. You will be enabling it at a more rapid rate. That's true. But what's not accurate is that you will just be enabling it, because that growth will come. Unless there is some regulation that is put in place that says we've got too much effluent in our groundwater, And that's what the commissioners are looking at right now. They're looking at possibilities, like looking at options of, we already know there are unique locations in the Ogden Valley where there is too much effluent, or rising to a threshold of almost too much effluent. It really comes down to tolerance. And that's straight from UGS. How much effluent are you willing to tolerate in your drinking water? How many parts per million? And they have a standard that they do recommend, but we might be able to withstand a little bit more. Okay. And so the solution to that is obviously a sewer system. Okay. I think that was all. Did I miss anything?
You got all my lines. Does anybody have any other comments, questions for Charlie? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I got one for Charlie.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Charlie, I think I've mentioned this before. So we got, the condition today is Nordic can go ahead and develop its ski resort. It can put in a bunch of housing. It's 500, whatever units. In the current zoning, it's entitled to it. They can do it.
Yes.
With this form-based zone that you have carefully created, they would rather do it through this form-based zoning, because they will end up with a better product. Is that the idea?
I believe so. Yeah, a better product, a smaller footprint, something that speaks to a particular, well, it's better, is a little subjective, right? But maybe more marketable product.
Well, not necessarily more marketable, but less negative impact.
So yes, that is definitely, so when you're looking at the environmental impact, this product is definitely going to be better in terms of environmental impact, carbon footprint, I mean, across the board, way better than tearing up the mountainside. Definitely.
Okay. Yeah. So we're trying to get less impact, not more impact.
Yes.
And Nordic Valley, the applicant, that's their goal.
Yes.
Let's do it better.
Yeah. There's cost savings that are definitely involved in that. It's worth the discussion. We're talking about the statement I made a little bit earlier about we're not stopping growth from happening. We can, general plan consultant, I love what he said. He said, we can go out and throw trash in our front yards if you want to keep people out. But that doesn't change the fact that we've got all kinds of entitlements already existing on the ground, just waiting for a building permit application. And so as you're looking at, if you look at it from that lens, well, the idea is that they've got the number of units that they would like to build already entitled to the property. Maybe if we just left it spread out over the mountainside, it'll take them longer to get to all of them. I think at some point in time, you're looking at a marketability in an economy where you have to wait until a 3-acre parcel on 45% slope is worth $2 million. That's not too far off from the future when you're looking at the existing trends.
Kind of speaks to home affordability too, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And so when we're looking at trying to take, I mean, we're never going to get, I shouldn't say never, by market forces alone, we're not going to get moderate income housing. Moderate income, just as a reminder, is 80% of 67,000. So 52, 53, something right? 54,000 a year. That's a $230,000, $240,000 home with land, assuming the land comes with it. You're just never going to get that. You're not. I think it's going to be hard to get on the small footprint that they're going for just with market forces alone. It is definitely not going to happen up on the mountainside when they have to spend $1 million a block for a street. It's a good question. The county has a little bit more control about over the appearance of a project. Yes.
Can I clarify? So I think going to your question, Commissioner Howes, with this, we do have more input. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because as it sits currently,
They've
they
got to
could,
ask for a
they
rezone.
could build whatever they want.
Correct.
Is with this zone, if we do that, we do get input into their plan.
Yes,
more or less.
actually, that's a really good way to look at it. If they came in today and they proposed, let's just say it's a traditional subdivision, chopping up the mountainside 1 unit every 3 acres. You guys don't get a say. They get to do that. They have to come and ask for a subdivision approval where we say, well, where's your drainage? Where's your slope stability? Where's your engineering? Have you made sure, did a geologist sign off on this? And did a geotechnical engineer verify that they followed the geology report? Where's your water? Where's your sewer or your septic system? Are you going to how are you going to keep from oversaturating the hillside so we don't have land slippage? I mean, those are the questions. Those are all the questions that you can ask. I mean, there might be a couple more questions. That's right. That's right. That's exactly right. And when they come in showing you that they've got the resources, the code will not allow you to say no. It would be illegal for you to deny it. They will appeal. The Board of Adjustments will overrule you. Okay, as long as they meet the code. Now that's a standard subdivision. That's the hard subdivision where they've got to go zigzag up the mountainside to get out to all the 45–50% slopes to maximize their density. If they do a cluster subdivision, 80% open space, keeping the majority of all those steep slopes in open space and moving all of that to 9,000 square foot single family lots on less steep slopes, the kiddie hill, the small run off on the side, they are entitled to do that today with limited, I mean, that's far less infrastructure, far less cuts and fills, far less geology, still the same amount of water and sewer.
There's a lot of concern with going up the hill. If you build those roads, let's just say they do spend the money to do it. The county's left maintaining that road, and steep roads on those hillsides, even in the Nordic area, unfortunately are in somewhat of a rough shape. And a lot of it's because of the location and the difficulty of getting up there. So as we, if we look at a development where they're currently at, they could go up that mountain and the county would be looking at a huge bill to maintain that road up to a good standard.
You got it. The
And that would be
majority of the
very
roads
difficult.
in the Nordic area as they stand now do not meet county standards. They're too steep and they're too narrow. Those roads were only approved because when the developers subdivided and developed those lots, they developed them as summer homes, temporary living. People weren't supposed to be there year round. Yet the majority of the homes in Nordic right now are year-round homes. So how do you enforce summer home provisions? You can't. I mean, I don't know, unless we're in there kicking people out of their homes, which no politician's going to want to do, let alone people who work here.
So, but there's nothing that would preclude them from just purchasing the golf course and asking for a zone change there too.
The landowners or neighbors?
Well, I was presuming the applicant. So instead of doing all of the streets and everything, they just their density and moved it to the golf.
Yeah.
They could still have their village.
Yes.
They could still do a little bit on the base.
Yeah, they could definitely ask for that. And that was the applicant's original proposal was, well, none of the ordinances the county has currently is going to support something like that. So maybe we just rezone to a non-existing DRR2 zone. We know we can't do DR1 because that's only applicable for a certain amount of acreage and above a certain elevation. So how about DR2? Let's make up the rules. That was the proposal.
We thought this was
Yeah, we steered them as staff. We steered them in this direction because we had already created the framework of the village zone. And at the end of the day, I think they still get the same thing. I think the real concern is, all right, what happens when we go up in the neighborhoods? And I don't want to speak for the applicant, but we did have a good conversation with the applicant who doesn't want the plan to impact the neighbors either. And so we as staff, we're the ones looking at best management practices. And we're coming to you saying, some folks in the community would rather have some of these streets painted a different color. We think best management practices show the color that it is because we have an ethical obligation to give you best management practices. guys make whatever decision you want to make. We're gonna
Like we
support
mentioned
you.
earlier, just because my street's red doesn't mean that I'm gonna get red.
Right.
So,
But we can't change it to a different code.
exactly.
That's
So when
exactly
you
right.
come to change your zone, we can say, well, we thought that was a good idea at the time, but we don't like this.
I'm talking about the original plan, right?
Well, and Scott and I were actually talking a little bit about just kind of a default. Like if you guys really didn't like the idea of the area plan that we've designed, let's make some changes. Let's change the colors to those roads. We can come back another time with different colors on those roads. If you'd like to see that.
Okay. Thanks, Charlie.
Any other questions for us?
Mr. Burton, did you have a comment?
Well, I was thinking of the public comment about the idea that if this zone's available, spotted all over the place, people could say, okay, I'm going to devise some development rights. I'll have 6 houses on my 3-acre lot. I mean, if the zone's available, maybe somebody in Huntsville could say, I want to use the Nordic Valley plan in Huntsville. Well, not Huntsville town, Huntsville area.
Right.
But is that what? Okay. The boundaries of this Nordic Valley form-based village plan
Mhm.
will only be people that want to change and be zoned that. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
It'll only be applicable to the boundaries you see on that map.
on that map. Now, if the map only included the applicant's land, then that ceases to be a concern for neighbors around the neighborhood because they'd have to ask for an amendment to the map to be able to have a 3-acre lot somewhere in Nordic Valley or anywhere zoned like that.
Yeah, and I think if I understand what you're mentioning, Commissioner, is there's kind of this little hybrid between a general plan and a zone. This is that hybrid. It's adopted by ordinance, but it's a plan. And it won't apply to you unless you get a rezone that applies it to you. And so the question that you have of should the form-based village small area plan exclude everything in that area except for the applicant's property, I wouldn't suggest doing that. I would suggest that would be a misapplication of the form-based concept.
Okay, so why wouldn't, educate me, why wouldn't that be a good thing?
Because when we're looking at the form-based, we're looking at an entire area. And so this is a small area. We looked at the whole area in totality. If we're looking at just the applicant's property, we might as well just do at that point a DR2 or a special Nordic mountain resort zone, rather than just piecemealing it to this property. The concern about spot zoning, as I heard it, the concern about spot zoning is pockmarking the map with all these different form-based village zones, actually applying it to property, not just adopting a plan, but applying that plan to property. The reason why that's not a spot zone is because it's a plan that you've planned out. If you look at every single polygon of zoning, it's just a spot adjacent to other spots. The AV3, the FV3, they are spots, but they were spots in accordance with the plan that was created at some point in time. And so we'd be doing the same thing with this.
Okay, so if I'm in AV3, why can't I just apply to be Nordic Valley?
In some parts.
So if I can, the concern there would be the reason that these are spots, and Charlie, correct me if I'm wrong, is because it was directed by the general plan. And that's what we're trying to go after. So although the idea of what you're saying is, yeah, I mean, I guess you could, but it would be also it'd be the equivalent of saying I want a manufacturing zone here because it wasn't part of the plan, but I still want it, right? The plan is we want village zones in Nordic, Eden, Wolf Creek, these areas. And that's part of that general plan. And then in accordance with that, I'm in that zone, I want that. Well, so to try and do that would be the same equivalent of saying, I live in Outer Banks of Huntsville. I want to put a manufacturing zone here, it'd be the exact same thing because it's counter everything that we've been planned. So it'd be very difficult to do, although it's possible. It's just not something that would, it's the same equivalent. Right.
Charlie, you know, changes that were supported by the 216 Ogden Valley General Plan for the purpose of serve as an instrument to further visions and goals and principles of the 216 Ogden Valley. And keep in mind, the Ogden Valley Plan is a guide. It's not a.
That's right. That's right.
I guess on this map, and somebody picked Nordic Valley and say, this is going to be a node. Used to call them nodes. It's probably because there's a ski resort there.
Because there's already commercial that's applied to that.
Commercial ski resort operating there. Okay. That's going to be a place that people will come and want to develop and have a ski resort development. And the same thing at Patio Springs. Right?
Yeah. Yes. Golf course development.
And probably the friction we're experiencing is you've got this commercial development that's been there for decades.
And nothing.
And you got a residential kind of around and saying, the residents are saying, we don't want to be part of this commercial thing.
Yeah.
So why expand this idea of a Nordic Valley form-based plan for the ski resort out into all these residential areas?
Yeah, and we don't have to. I would recommend if you don't want to do that, though, we use a different tool. If we're looking at a form-based community, if we're looking at form-based code and applying it to a community, it just doesn't work when it's a single development. You're trying to create consistency across different areas that are all within the same community or the same neighborhood, and just applying it to one applicant's property, it's counterintuitive to the whole purpose. It doesn't mean it won't work. It'll work just fine if you wanted to do it. There's a lot of other areas in that Nordic neighborhood that we still have question marks about. This plan will help answer that. It doesn't mean that the plan and all the colors, the way that they're laid out is right, but laying them out will answer a lot of those questions. For example, I mentioned this a couple meetings ago. When we did every general plan I've ever reviewed has a future land use map that says this is what's going to happen in these areas. This polygon is going to be this polygon is going to be this. The closest thing we have is that villages map that we have in our plan. So we tried to put together a future land use map, but the community had a really hard time because in every single community at that time, something changed and something increased because we have to figure out where we're going to put 10,000 dwelling units. And so we had a very large outcry from a very large majority from the public, or at least what we saw, majority of people involved, saying, no, that's way too much change. You're just putting Riverdale Road down the middle of the valley floor, which it's a false assumption. 10,000 dwelling units is not going to do a Riverdale Road, but you can see why the concern might exist. And so rather than doing that, we said, all right, we're going to take this at a smaller pace then, or slower pace, smaller chunks. What does Eden look like? What does Nordic look like? What does Wolf Creek look like? Liberty, East Huntsville. We'll address each of those in their own rights, but every single community needs to figure out how are we going to absorb as 8 different communities. How are we going to absorb 10,000 dwelling units? Sorry, 9,800 dwelling units.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for me?
With that, I will entertain a motion.
Give it a shot.
Make the motion. Recommend the county commission to amend zoning known as if other sections of the Weber County Land Code provisions and exhibits intended to create a Nordic Valley Village area. This motion is subject to all conditions and recommendations listed in the staff report and considering the text including exhibit A. This motion is based on the findings listed.
I have a second.
Maybe there's a correction. CPA 2021007.
You're breaking up.
Marta. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would it be fair to repeat the motion? It sounded like folks online had a hard time hearing.
Yeah, John, would you, or Commissioner Howell, would you mind repeating the motion for us?
And just a reminder, it's hard for people online to hear unless we speak directly into the microphone. The microphones just don't pick up well online.
I can make a go at the summation of it, but I don't know if you want to repeat it for him. Would you mind repeating the motion for the people online?
Repeat the whole thing.
Just so they can hear it, yes. And make it easier.
Move
for
to
them.
recommend to the county commission for approval of petition ZTA 2021-07. Application to amend the form-based village zoning known as FBZ. V as in Victor. Ordinance along with other sections of the Weber County Land Code and to add provisions and exhibits intended to create a Nordic Valley Village area. This motion is subject to all conditions and recommendations listed in the staff report and to considering the text, including Exhibit A. This motion is based on the findings listed in the staff report.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. The
Discussion.
motion is to approve the potential action and application for the amendment of the form-based village. Do we have any discussion?
I wonder, John, if you would consider a friendly amendment. That would be, we discussed on page 59, the idea of or other improved hard surface for parking lots.
Commissioner Howe, would you mind speaking into the microphone for us?
Yes, I would consider your friendly motion.
Also, is there any way we could put some language in there that the street map coloring could be adjusted or possible modification of this street colors on? Any way to do that?
Scott, Charlie, is there any good, do you have any input, any recommendations there?
You could condition your recommendation on specific changes, but we would need to spell out what those changes would be.
Could we table it until we could look at those?
So we would
to
have to
clarify
follow
on
through.
that, so with these maps, I just want to, I guess if I can clarify while we're in the middle of this, these maps that we put out, they're a general idea, doesn't necessarily mean that we're setting anything in stone here with the general map. It's kind of a general idea of saying, if you're a developer and you're looking, you come in to buy this property that's for sale, this is kind of what we're thinking, where it's not guaranteed and it's not off the table. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, what this map shows is it just shows everything in context, some general thinking of, we know where the nucleus of this thing is going to be, and we know how that transect is going to kind of shuffle down in density towards the edges. when somebody comes into rezone, we'll look at the map and say, does this fit? And if it doesn't fit, we can say, well, maybe we would approve it, but only if we change this from mixed use to small lot residential, for example.
So the goal of the map is to kind of say, this is kind of what we're thinking is okay. But if you live in the, if you come and you buy property that's in the what we call the green or the large area, and you're like, well, it's close to the other area and you're trying to develop, we can say, no, it's against the plan, right? It's not a conducive. You would need property closer to really
Yeah.
kind of meet with that.
Or
Is
if
that the idea of
somebody,
the map?
yeah, or if somebody on the periphery wanted to rezone, but none of the other property leading between themselves and the core had requested to rezone to that date, we would maybe say, well, maybe it doesn't make sense to leapfrog and have this higher density without successive rezones to reach to your property. So maybe then we wouldn't say you need to have medium lot. Maybe then we say you need to stick with large lot for now. But that discretion is available to you because it would be a legislative decision.
Legal question, though. Wouldn't someone looking at this, though, this is what would be on record, and that they could have a legal expectation to pretty much expect this, though?
Yes.
And the onus would have to be on us versus them.
Well, what this would do, as I understand it, is it would establish right now what those streets would be categorized as. And so I think what Charlie and Scott are saying, and I think you understand this correctly, is that if this map is adopted right now, these would be the street classifications that would be in effect if somebody were to rezone into the form-based village zone. But if somebody wanted something different, they could ask for two things that would be two separate actions. One would be a text amendment to the map here. I guess it would be a map amendment, basically, not a text amendment. It would be a map amendment amending the map to a different color in that particular location, and also a rezone to the form-based village zone. It would take two steps to change this and be rezoned into it if they didn't want to go with what this was.
But
is that accurate, Scott?
Yeah, so you'd have to change two things. We would change obviously the ordinance to match the request and then rezone them to that form-based village once that adjustment had been made.
And
Are these legislative items?
Both of which would be.
And I'm not concerned about the applicant. I'm concerned about the people or the neighbors who live there.
The expectation that is
That-
set.
Yeah, they don't have very much legal legitimacy to try and fight something.
You know,
that's-
legislative, wouldn't they have the same level of legitimacy as they do now?
Well, unless I read the law right, incorrectly, I thought pretty much unless there's an overwhelming reason why we shouldn't be able to, or shouldn't approve that. If they can mitigate it so it can be allowed, then we pretty much should approve something. Is that correct?
I think that's counter to the training I had with legislative. Basically, they can say no in the legislative, and it can be for really whatever reason they want.
You're
They
talking about
could,
two different steps.
But this basically acts as that detailed land use map that was not included as part of the general plan. This creates, it talks about the small area plan in the general plan. And that's what this is doing, is it's creating that small area plan that is identifying the specific land use for that area. So it basically acts, like I mentioned, as a land use map, but it's actually in an ordinance form. So when we look at rezoning, we would look at this, basically the land use map, and then we would look to see if it's in compliance. And if it is, then that would help substantiate an approval of a rezone.
The little bit of disagreement there, you're both right. You're both talking about two different steps. I think what Commissioner Francis was talking about is if the rezone is granted, the neighbors have very little recourse to sue to get that changed. And I think Mr. Chairman, what you were talking about was, well, up until the point that it's granted, they've got all the same legislative ability to come in, protest, and try and keep it from happening. Did I interpret what you were thinking? Okay. So we're just talking about two different steps. That's why there was a difference. can I offer a suggestion? I just think just to get the applicant through the door, the applicant has already expressed to us that if it's going to cause a problem and delay and create some challenges, he doesn't have any skin in the game in asking for any of those neighborhoods to be anything different than what they are right now. My suggestion would just be to say, all right, on the future land use map, cul-de-sac southward, let's paint them sort of light yellow.
Right now, they're designated as medium residential south of that intersection.
Yeah, let's paint them large lot residential.
We could paint them as half acre versus quarter acre. We could use that sign.
And if you'd rather see them go to full acre, we could certainly do that as well.
Sorry, Commissioner Francis, are you asking for a friendly amendment?
I would ask for a friendly amendment. I'm not sure how I would.
Do that.
put that into
Cortland, can
verbiage.
you help us with that, please?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what exactly you're asking for, because the way the rules of order read, a friendly amendment is typically reserved for a cleanup item or something that was already basically unanimously agreed to, but was inadvertently left out. And that does not require a formal motion. But if there is actually something different with the substance of the motion, then the proper procedure would be to have somebody else potentially make a motion to amend the original motion. And then you kind of have the original motion sitting here. Somebody makes a motion to amend the original motion as part of the discussion. That motion to amend gets voted on, gets seconded, potentially discussed, voted on, and then you go from there. If that motion passes, then the original motion is amended and you vote on it. If that motion to amend fails, then you're back to the original motion and you vote on the original motion. And I'm sure that was really poorly stated, but if it's more than just a really minor cleanup thing, you should probably make a motion to amend, or you can just vote on the original motion first. And if it passes, it passes. If it fails, then somebody can make a new motion. There are different ways to go about it. But anybody can make a motion to amend, and then everybody can vote on that.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, so she wants, if she wants to request that change, she can make a motion to amend the motion, and we would then we would vote on that one, not the original.
Correct.
First.
Correct.
Okay.
And this to me does not sound like just a friendly amendment. It sounds like a change in what was proposed. And I also wanted clarification on whether there were other sections of Exhibit A that you had previously discussed changing. I think Commissioner Burton already mentioned one of them. Was it clear what the intent there was or what wording you wanted changed? I want to make sure that was clear on the record. And was there going to be a change? And I'm not saying there should be or shouldn't be, but on page 29, you had mentioned the licensed architect requirement. I don't think I've heard it.
We're working on getting to that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
That's on
maybe,
my list. Those are some things we're working on.
right, so maybe instead of doing a bunch of different motions to amend, maybe you kind of discuss it more and then come up with, I mean, anybody's free to make a motion to amend at any point, but maybe if there's consensus, you kind of get all those bundled up and then you make a motion to amend.
When you say try and get, so I guess what you're saying is try and get consensus on what we want. So if we do want architecture and parking lot changes, try and get that first before we make a motion to amend. Is that what you're recommending?
If you want to do it in a more streamlined way, and if there is consensus, I mean, if different people have different.
Do we have to
feelings
take
about
formal votes, or can we ask if there's consensus? How does that? Is
You
that
can absolutely take just
consensus?
absolutely, yeah, an informal question. Is there consensus on this?
So
without a
okay.
formal vote.
With that, is there consensus on? I know you asked for the parking lot. That was, I think that was the friendly amendment. So we're calling that.
That's how he stated it, but
It's not really. Yeah.
it's kind of actually a change.
It's a change. Yeah. So we got parking lot and we've got architecture statement that we need to have addressed. General consensus.
There again, I would like some clarification if the county would be allowed to keep what we have, or if the state law does prevent us from doing that.
I think
Maybe that would
what we
give
had
us time to
discussed
look at the
is being able
streets.
to say that we can, that can be, that's how we ended.
Pardon?
We added that is an option to be able to say whether or not we need to strike it or if we need to just add residential as the line item. So that was something we can put in the motion. That's up to everybody. So we determined that we don't need to know that now. We can say as a motion that it can be dependent upon whether or not we can strike it if the state law supersedes, or we can just add residential or exemptions. So.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think either one of those would work.
On the radical one, I'd strike A and B, because I think it's covered already. The state covers it. And then we get out of the area of an ambiguous standard that nobody can tell us exactly what it is. So I don't think we lose anything by striking A and B. We gain clarification.
And Charlie, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the standards are on the pages that are following the architectural standards. They do speak to a more commercial nature. I can tell you we don't use that in regular residential. Typically, you're not going to modify those standards as you see it. So I think B more speaks to what you're seeing behind. A is speaking to more of who's the qualified individual that's creating the plans. So I believe those are two different things, in my opinion. So does that make sense? That one is a modification of a design that's in here that you see in most plans, and then one is actual saying.
Seems like these two paragraphs are talking about we want everything to look the way we want it to look, but only an architect of our choosing can determine what it's going to look like. And we have the battle of the architects.
I don't disagree on the licensed architect on B. I just don't know that we can strike it. My thought we'd have to have some process to amend, and who is that? Who's deemed qualified to change?
So to recap, we have a motion to approve as is, and then we have a second for that, and then we are discussing some pretty major changes.
What about if would everyone have a consensus to not vote for the current table and just start clean again?
Would that be the motion to amend? Is that what that is?
Procedurally, you've got a motion that's
seconded. So
seconded right now before you, so there would need to be a vote on that. And if it passes, it passes. If it dies, or if it fails, then somebody could make a motion to table.
So just humor me here. So let's say we vote on it and we say no. Okay. Can we then make another motion?
Yes. Yeah. Right now, as you stated a second ago, the motion is to accept everything as stated in Exhibit A. So if you have 4 people who do not want Exhibit A as it's stated right now, and if you call the vote right now, then the motion would fail if 4 people vote against it as it's currently.
But that doesn't mean that we can't do another motion.
And then somebody could make another motion, either very similar with some changes, or a motion to table, or whatever other motions.
Let's take a vote on the current motion.
I vote against it.
Okay.
Against.
Motion.
The current motion that's on the table, that as stated in the packet.
I vote for it.
I vote against it to clean it up.
I'm against to clean it up.
No,
I say we clean it up too, if you want.
Okay, against, so the motion fails 6-1 as stated. Do I have another motion?
Maybe we could have some discussion on these elements to see where our consensus lies.
Okay, yeah.
And then we can have a clean motion and be done.
Could you help me with some verbiage on the street? What my concerns on the street, what possible, how we could.
Are you wanting specific changes on the street map in a motion, or are you asking for a different proposal at a later date, as in tabling it so they can?
So could we move on, but ask for on condition of a cleaned up street map? Or I mean, what's allowed to do?
I think what was mentioned earlier, I think it was maybe Scott, pointed out that if you want to do that, I guess there are a couple of ways you could go about it, but you could either say, as I think Charlie maybe mentioned, specific streets should be specific colors. You could say everything like this street should be this color, this street should be this color, and so on. Or you could.
And see, that's what I would like time to look at. That's why I have some concerns.
Okay, so you don't feel comfortable right now saying which streets should be which colors is what you're saying, right?
So we have 3 items just to kind of get it together. We have the parking lot with the architecture verbiage, and then there's 2 items in the architecture that I think we have to address that we're going to probably want to vote on or consider in your motion. One is to strike them completely in the two sentences. The other is to remove the licensed architecture verbiage. And then I think the other option is to say, is the legal, as long as the state code covers us to strike the architecture, licensed architecture verbiage. So I
that's
think,
A or
and,
one.
and then the one more is the map itself. Oh, go ahead.
One more is for Nordic only. We discussed some languages so long as less than 5% of the commercial there.
Oh, the employee.
You can have your own, for your own employees, you can have it for your.
That is another item, yes, that was brought up. So those, and then the map concerns, we have some concerns over the map. So let's start with the parking lot verbiage. Let's discuss that, get it ironed out. So I think what we had, from what I heard from a consensus, was approved hard surface or approved equal. Is that what I had approved?
Hard surface, asphalt, concrete, or approved alternate.
By engineering, correct?
Engineering / fire department.
Okay. Is that kind of a general consensus of what we're trying to communicate? Okay. All right, on to architecture. I know we have, Jeff is kind of talking, or Commissioner Burton, for striking them both. Let's have some discussion on that. Is there any concerns for that?
Well, go ahead.
Can we have it say the governing law, Utah state governing law? All of them, those guidelines.
So I think there's 2 parts in this. Personally, if we look at this, there's 2 parts. One is they're trying to say that the buildings need to look a certain way as part of the plan, and they're trying to set a guideline for how they do that. The other is, does it have to be a licensed architecture? I think those are the real 2 questions here. Commissioner Burton is saying we should kind of cut that all together as far as the general design and trying to kind of push that way. And the other argument is just, hey, does it have to be a licensed architecture? Can we save some people some money? Could make it a little bit easier because there's a lot of ambiguity in license, right? Because it could be, I just got an online license for my architecture, because how do we define that, right? It's really difficult. So that's kind of, as far as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, those are kind of the 2 things in this section that we need to address. And I think
There
we
are
could say
designs,
state
yeah,
code.
there are commercial design standards in here. Does it have to be an architect that says you're meeting them or not? That's the question I'm proposing. No, we don't need an architect to say if you're meeting those standards.
So are you okay with keeping the
But
verbiage?
I would just take out A, because you got the standards there. And A just says, basically, you have to have an architect testify that you're meeting the standards or you can't go forward. So if we eliminate A, it just says, you don't need an architect.
So that's,
Now, we're not talking about design or anything else or structural engineering. We're just saying. you meet
so
the
that,
standards.
that is, so if we strike A completely, we're cutting out, some guidelines that say at least one building materials used on the building facade shall be used on all other sides of the building. So that's, there's two separate things there. Whether you're a licensed architecture, I can be an unlicensed architecture and still follow these guidelines is what I'm hearing from you.
Well,
So I think that
the
should
proposal
keep some
can
of that.
come in and people can look at it, and the applicant can bring an architect if he wants, or an art teacher or history teacher or anybody to say, yeah, these designs that I'm presenting to you meet these standards.
So just strike licensed architect required out of A.
Yeah.
First three words.
And I would actually recommend just in each village area, buildings.
First one you'd have to say.
All buildings except for residential shall be designed by a licensed.
So I think I think that a general consensus is that we strike where it starts. You start it on a strike licensed through where it says licensed architecture in each village area, buildings shall be designed by a licensed architect. Strike that out. Then in B, you strike after receiving recommendation from a licensed architecture completely. That's kind of what I'm hearing.
Right, from Commissioner Burton, but I'd
That's a
say,
general kind of.
I would say keep that, but just say not on residential.
Yeah, and you could also add it as in accordance with Utah state law after that, right? So you could say except for residential as in accordance with Utah state law. Would that work?
Okay,
Required by state.
so
As required by state law.
those are going to be the two decisions that you'll have to make in the motion. So whoever make the motion, I think the general consensus is that we remove the requirement for a licensed architecture, but whether it has the state code and thing or not, that'll be for the motion. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
on this one, just to make quick and easy work out of what could be really complicated, what if you took votes on sub ideas? So right now you're talking about two different things. So part A, motion to remove licensed architect.
Can we do
take
that?
take a vote on that?
It's fine to take an informal vote. Yeah, you can do that and say, how many of
Okay.
you would vote for that?
Does that carry over to the main motion though?
No, this is totally informal, non-binding. It's just for you to get a sense of
Can we make
what,
a motion to change this first?
Do we
and then
have
do
to
the main
make a
motion?
no, this is not.
Okay.
the motion.
How
It's just
how
part of the
many would
discussion.
like to just strike from licensed architecture required in each village area, be designed by a licensed architect and modification in the modification of standards after receiving recommendation from a licensed architecture?
I'm good with that.
To that's what's described in these. Yes. So I have two commissioners that would, we got three, we got four, so we have a quorum there. Okay, now just the other option, okay, I think that's.
So question. So you're saying under A, you would just start with a building's street facing and go on from there, right? Okay, and then what you said was in B, you would say modification of standards, period. The planning commission may allow and go on from there.
May allow
correct?
minor
Okay,
modifications.
so if you do that, not that I'm trying to get out of work or anything, but there's no need for legal research, correct? Because you've taken out the part about
Exactly.
the architect. Okay.
The state code
So
still
it's
applies one way or the other.
Clean that way because the state code and any applicable county codes would govern. The law as it is right now would govern what has to happen.
Yep.
Okay.
We're basically architecture is what we're trying to get at is architecture can be done by someone who's not licensed. That's okay with us. That's what we're trying to get at, as long as it meets this
Well,
kind of general plan.
If this, if it's
As in
not
accordance
against the
with
law,
state required.
if it's not against the law, right?
Okay, so we're essentially deleting the first sentence in each of A and B. I'm happy.
So you would as well. Okay, so we've got architecture. Now we've got the map. Commissioner Francis, can you give us some kind of idea of what it is that you would really like to address?
the overreach of the map into the neighborhoods, into the existing neighborhoods. I think there's a lot of permitted things in the street colors they have. And I just think it's overreach.
My biggest concern is they've spent months and months and years producing these,
Using street
the whole
color.
master plan for the valley. And so there's been more thought than, I mean, if we're changing it, we're changing it in a night versus all the efforts that they put into thinking this through.
Well, the
We're-
street colors have just been not that long.
Let's, yeah, but in all the other.
I think it begs the thing, because we've kind of hit this over already, but I want to make sure that we're clear. As far as I understand it, just because the map's colored yellow, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get what's in yellow. It's just setting some kind of, it's just like the general plan. Is that not what we're doing? Is the exact same thing?
It's a step further than that. If it's colored yellow and you ask for a rezone to that yellow, you're gonna get that yellow. If it's
You
colored
say
yellow.
you're gonna get that. Now clarify
Well, sorry,
that, because
sorry.
it's like, oh, I have to
Okay.
go through
Yep,
the
you're
whole
right.
process.
And back it up
The
a little bit.
commissioners have to approve it.
If it's
people can speak
You got
on
it.
it.
You got it. If it's colored yellow, you've got to go through the rezone process, legislative process, public hearings, all that, to get it to be yellow on the street in front of your house, right? If you want orange, where you're colored yellow by this map, you've got to come to the planning commission, ask for a rezone, and to change yellow to orange.
How much is the fee to change the color?
Text amendment is $1,000, $1,000.
$1,000? Or if a neighbor doesn't want yellow because they're concerned there's going to be, they have to pay $1,000 to come before the planning commission.
But again, you would have to want to develop in there anyway. You would have to go through that. So when Rick, can you clarify would you mind clarifying opening the door?
Yes, when you look at rezoning a piece of property, we go to our general plan to see if it complies with that. In this instance, you would go to the area plan and see if it complies with that. In this instance, if in the area plan, if it shows yellow and they want to rezone that to yellow, they'll go to the area plan. And if the area plan shows yellow, that's what they'll look at as part of the guiding principles of rezoning a piece of property.
That still doesn't necessarily change the fact that it's still a legislative item, right?
It doesn't change, not at all.
All
You'll
it
still
does
have
is
to go
give,
through the
like-
public hearings, you'll have to go through all of that process. But it basically opens the door, like I said, for that use to occur.
But it doesn't guarantee you anything. All it does is give you some kind of, hey, this is what you're thinking. And you said you're not thinking that. Give me a good reason why you're not thinking this.
The skids
So-
are greased. That's all it is.
Yeah, so whenever you want to rezone a piece of property, it has to comply with the general plan. Is one of the findings that you make typically. In this instance, it would be complying with the small area plan that you've created here.
But the commission, so technically I could come in, even though it's not part of the general plan, and I can ask for it. And I can go all the way through it, and it can be approved by the commission under legislative action, right?
Correct.
So this is just basically some evidence or some ammo for me to go and say, this is what I'm thinking.
May I try to state what's happening with the map a different way, maybe?
Please.
And it's probably something that's already been said. If you adopt this, you can think of it as we're adopting. I'm going to throw out some zones that don't make any sense. We're adopting FV3 on the yellow streets here. We're adopting AV3 on the red streets here. We're adopting the MV3 on the orange streets here. It's like you're adopting zones based on colors here shown on the map. So if someone comes in later, they're going to look at this map and say, oh, right here is an MV3 zone. Right here is an AV3 zone. Right here is an FV3 zone. I want to rezone to that. Oh, wait, no, maybe I don't want that zone. I want to build there, but I want it to be an AV3 instead of an FV3. And again, the zones that I'm saying don't make any sense. But if they wanted, say, the FV3 on a yellow street, they would have to get the county commission and you guys, you'd recommend the county commission would decide, do we want to change that zone to an FV3 before they rezone? Do we want to allow them to change the zone? And then, now that, am I butchering this, Charlie? I mean, it basically is, you're adopting a zone on those streets, and then you'd have to change the zone and then get rezoned.
The way you butchered it is clear to me.
I did butcher that. I added
No,
a step in there, didn't I?
No. It's fine. I think it's
So
clear
you're
to me.
basically adopting a zone on each of those streets. It is the land use map. That's kind of like the zoning map there.
So I want to offer just maybe some guidance and just see if we can get to a conclusion tonight. And if not, maybe we table and come back next time.
Charlie, let me take a quick vote.
Please.
Let's have a vote of who wants to change some of these maps. Who's in favor of changing the map?
Well, that make it even
Okay,
faster.
thanks. All right, do I have a motion?
Oh, we've got one more thing.
Oh, right, yes. The employee housing. Commissioner Burton, would you mind
Yeah.
kind of elaborating on what your thoughts are and see if we can get some general consensus?
This is page 62, I think, is where it needs to be addressed. I like the idea of incentivizing a limited amount of 80% at low income. Is that what we call it?
Moderate income.
Moderate income
Mhm.
housing. I like the idea of having a commercial operator be able to house his or her employees on site, keeping those employees off out of the canyon, off the roads for a daily commute. I like that. I like the idea of incentivizing it. I picture these things as apartments rather than houses. They're places to, and we can kind of kill two birds with one stone. We're creating some affordable housing and we're keeping people off the streets. I propose that where the strikeout is on page 62, that it be reworded so as to allow for Nordic only, so long as less than equal to or 5% or less than 5% of the total housing is for your own, for Nordic's own employees, resort employees, that that be allowed without counting against density.
So I think one of the other issues, if I may, that we came onto when we were discussing this is trying to set that limit, is because we're talking about Nordic Mountain, Nordic Valley, which is the operator of the mountain, not necessarily the owner of the property or the developer of the houses. So how do we set the standard when we do that, which is the problem we ran into, because it's which company and which development are we talking about in this entire group? Maybe Commissioner Johnson, it's Johnson, right? Do you have some insight on this?
So I think I want to ask a question before we go there. With the county, right, are you guys, when you guys are talking about doing something here in the next couple months, if we impose something here, what you're going to do, is that going to supersede what we're, because that's, I just want to make sure we don't go through this whole.
It won't conflict. In
Okay.
fact, what you're doing here will be one more step in the direction of complying with the new state law.
Okay, so we can get back. I wanted to make sure we talked about that before we got into this.
So how do we solve that problem? That's the problem, is how do I define which companies?
Well, I think it would be,
He's going, okay, well, which company of mine? And which
the
company-
operator has the housing there. If the operator wants to house his employees there, he can do it without counting it as density. If the operator doesn't want to house his employees there, these things have to be counted as density.
But they're separate. So if he's got a house, he's got a,
But
so let's say he puts a movie theater in across the street. and
the
he's got
owner,
that business.
the operator is contracted with the owner to do his operation. So they're tied contractually. if I picture one of the ways you could do this correctly.
Commissioner Burton, are you thinking that these should be employees of the resort only? For
Yes.
example, if a Starbucks goes in right on the main street, could this be for an employee that works at the Starbucks in Nordic?
I think you could do it just for the Nordic zone.
I think that'd be the
Just the
easiest way, but
Nordic zone
yeah.
makes sense. That way we're not taking Wolf Creek, Eden.
And
whatever.
define Nordic zone. Is it this map? Okay.
So in my experience with affordable housing, typically it comes down from a county as saying, hey, 10%, it's actually an obligation to a development. And that's actually not what I'm voting for. I'm saying from history, it's to get more affordable housing, they want to say, hey, 10% of your units have to be affordable housing. So say 25, you have to have 2.5 units, right, of affordable housing, so round up to 3. Or this is very common across the state, or a fee in lieu, because sometimes not every development makes sense. It makes more sense at a pro forma standpoint to actually pay a fee in lieu because of the return. So
What's the fee?
that's
Because you're talking about a requirement that you do this.
so I'm just making a quick clarification on what happens versus I think what you're saying, Commissioner Burton, is you want to give the developer, and typically operator isn't the developer, you see them build the resort and they just have to provide the housing at a certain AMI target. Then what you're saying is let's give bonus density, but it's not a requirement. It's just a reward to get you're not getting counted.
If you put employees that work right there in this housing, you don't have to count it. The second you try and put somebody else in there,
The other
you gotta
challenge
count it.
that we ran into and discussed at the work session was there's also two separate things. We're talking, when we talk, if I understand your want, and I share that want, is to try and get workers off the road, right? That doesn't help affordable housing.
Well,
that's a
if we-
separate item.
Yeah.
Because I could
Primary
give my
concern-
main guy who makes a lot of money.
primary concern is keep these workers off the road. Secondary is we get a benefit out of it. If we restrict those workers to those making less than 80% of whatever the definition is, then, we helped the county meet its obligation for this kind of housing.
So
But the primary thing is, let's keep these workers from having to commute to Ogden every day.
I think that's great. I think that it's a very difficult thing to put in here. And so let's take a motion on let's take a vote. Who wants, do we want to try and tackle this, where we look at affordable and quantity of workforce and maximums in this zone tonight? Who wants to look at this?
I just suggest it's affordable is icing on the cake. The cake is keep the employees off the road. We want to create a way that incentivizes a commercial development, Nordic Valley, to have its workers be right there.
I think we do. I don't know that this is the right area.
And
Can you guys elaborate on what
limiting
you're
it
trying
to-
to
We
do?
can add this in late. This gets put back in later, right?
Absolutely. What we're actually going to have to do between now and October is address the general plan, and how the general plan wants to tackle, moderate income housing. So the general plan is going to lay out goals, principles, and then action items. And one of those action items could be amend this ordinance with more specific requirements for village areas. And that could be, one of our goals that we are looking to.
Can this all, I'm assuming we can put this as part of the development agreement as well,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah, another thought I had is if we want to give Nordic a 5%, bonus, we would say, but if that bonus is to be utilized, the developer would have to enter into the development agreement, the specific way that it is managed and operated long-term. So if you want to say 5% of their entitlements can be granted for free, free density. Okay, there's your upper limit. Now, how do we manage it? How do we implement it? That's through the development agreement, which would have to be negotiated prior to the rezone.
Are you saying that has to be done tonight?
No, I think what we could do tonight, if you're comfortable, we could strike this and we could go, through this process that is state mandated. We're going to have to do very quickly with some very, thought out principles and goals and action items.
Because basically, so for the record, what we would like to see for the developer and for this whole area is as you're developing this and you're putting in units. We would like to see employee housing to try and reduce the impact on the roads and make it so we have some affordable housing, right? And so we
Right.
want to attach both those things. And because of the difficulty, I don't really know how we do it, how we verbiage this in here. Because there's two totally separate facets. And if we define it by, we looked at, so last time we looked at doing it in a mile radius, they had to work in the mile radius. We looked at all kinds of different
All the
items. and we said
criteria.
this to really a more bigger subject.
And we could get very, very detailed, or we could leave it higher level just to say, here's your cap, 5%. You can have free density up to 5%. But the specifics then have to go into the development agreement, where we could hash out who's eligible to live in these things. How is it going to be operated? Is it given to the housing authority? Is a quasi governmental entity set up to manage this thing?
Are you saying we can do that tonight? Like, are you like as a part of this?
I think that what you could do in this language, you could say Nordic specific. We're allowing them to have a 5% bonus on their density for the purposes of workforce housing, but the specific provisions would be negotiated through a development agreement. So we could put that language into here. And then when we get to the development agreement and the rezone that we're considering, in the future, we could look at that development agreement and say, how is this going to be managed and operated?
So we could put a comment that said something along the lines of employee housing is encouraged up to 5% of area density.
Or is incentivized.
Incentivized up to 5% of area with bonus density up to 5% with restrictions, and then we just leave it blank. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you would say that the specific management operation would have to be negotiated through the development agreement. We could add that line into this language here on page 62. And then
say what you said again.
Okay, so in the language, we would add the language where bonus density is free, but we would add only in the Nordic Village zone or Nordic Village area is this provision applicable up to 5% of the developer's entitlements. However, I'm trying to think how to put it together. This allowance would have to be negotiated and agreed upon specifically through the development agreement.
The one part about that, and to your point, Mr. Chairman, that we need to target an AMI, and they've targeted an 80%, less than 80% AMI, because to your point, they could just say, hey, my CFO is going to go live in this house and he's part of the employee. Targeting an AMI would tackle bonus free density, right, with the possibility of having affordable housing.
Which the language does specifically state less than 80% of the county's AMI.
It does. Just from where you were saying we could pick up, we may need to slide back.
The biggest concern with this is the open-ended. The community wanted something to close that door of how much. So just to reiterate, they wanted to say, hey, we don't want to leave this open to just as many as you
And
want.
the 5% gets you there.
Well, yeah, whatever we set it at. Shifting gear just quickly while we're figuring that. Shanna, I just wanted to throw, Commissioner Francis, on the map revisiting. I'm wondering if we just shifted everything up from original. So looking at this map, we've got green. I'm guessing green and everything is the original, and we just took everything and went in one. So we went green goes to yellow goes to green and did that. Is that a good meet in the middle there on that? Do you have any thoughts on that? It's not something you'd want to look at. So I'd support that as a meet in the middle where it's like, hey, let's reduce this impact as best we can. Quick vote on that. Does anybody want to look at just something simple that says we shrink everything by one? Is that something we'd entertain on the map? I'll take that as a okay. Back to employee housing. I just want to make sure. I'm happy to look at it. I get the challenge of adding more regulation.
So essentially, Scott, if we said for Nordic only, up to a 5% bonus density for Nordic employees only who earn less than 80% of the county median household income.
And negotiated in the Nordic Village development.
But then
agreement.
details will be negotiated in the development
Yeah,
agreement.
management
I think
operation.
you'd have to outline that it's the Nordic street, Nordic area, not just Nordic.
If we
right?
want it to be specific to Nordic, right?
Let's take vote as an unofficial vote as that. How do we feel about as Jeff, or Commissioner Burton has discussed?
Good.
Okay. Okay, well, I think we addressed the main concerns. With that, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. Move that planning commission approve ZTA 2021-07. Send it to the county commission with a recommendation for approval. Get John's good language. Based upon the finding that the health, safety, and welfare of the community will be improved, positively impacted by this approval, based on the staff recommendations and the staff set forth in the staff report, with the following amendments. Number one, that the language on page 59 of our packet, and that's paragraph, section 104.22.9, paragraph, subparagraph A, parking required, be amended to state in the fourth line, all parking lots shall be hard surfaced, asphalt or concrete or other improved hard surface. Second amendment is on page 29.
Would you like to clarify approved by whom? Who needs to approve that hard surface?
That approved by the county engineering department and fire department. Amendment 2, page 29. This is section 104.22, 6.2, subparagraph A and B, that the first line of each of those subparagraphs be stricken. And that the title on subparagraph A that now reads licensed architect required read
Remove it.
something that reflects what's in the paragraph. Okay, Third Amendment. Third Amendment will be on page 62 regarding employee housing, to the effect that for Nordic Valley only, that 5% or less, a maximum of 5% bonus density be allowed for Nordic only Nordic
Village
area,
area.
Nordic village only employees who earn less than 80% of the county median household income as an incentive to house employees on site rather than having them commute and create greater impact on transportation infrastructure. The details will be worked out and set forth in the development agreement.
Chair, may I ask for clarification for the record on page 29? The motion, I believe, addressed the title in paragraph A, and I believe the way it was phrased was to strike the first line of paragraph A and the first line of paragraph B. And I'm wondering if that means line 476 and line 480, or if it means specific words, or if it means the first sentence on each one. So I would just clarify that.
Commissioner Burton, would you mind just?
That means sentence, the first sentence, not the title of the subparagraph, but the first sentence. So specifically,
So to clarify real quick before we talk about sentences, on subsection B, the first line actually ends in a comma after licensed architect. And I believe the
Oh, excuse me.
intent
Okay.
was to pick it up where it says the planning commission.
okay, let me clarify my amendment. Motion. Set forth in my motion. That on subparagraph A, the first sentence that reads, in each village area, buildings shall be designed by a licensed architect, that language be stricken. On subparagraph B, on line 480, the verbiage after receiving recommendation from a licensed architect, that language be stricken.
That's clearer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion to approve with several amendments, including amendments on parking, architecture, language, and employee housing. Let's have a vote.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Aye.
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 No,
Aye. The motion is passed 6-1. As stated.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate the time.
Would anyone in the commission like to explain? Okay, with that, I'd like to thank the public for a lot of the comments and the changes that were given to this zone and amendments. I think there was a lot of really thoughtful and a lot of comments and a lot of time spent on that. And I want to thank the public for their time. So with that, we're pretty close out of time. Cortland, I think we're going to have to strike your training.
Come on, you don't want to stay for another hour?
Yeah, right. Is there any public comment for items not on the agenda?
Good late evening. Again, Ron Gleason, Eden. I'd just like to remind everybody that this week is International Dark Sky Week from the 22nd to the 30th. Doesn't mean we should just go out this week and enjoy the dark skies of Ogden Valley, but I think it's a great reminder for everybody to get out. Even though North Fork Park, the gates may be closed, the roads are clear, they're accessible. We've got a new moon on Friday night and would encourage everyone to get out there, including their families. If you want some ideas of things you can do with your families, if you go to darksky.org, there's a great list of things you can do, is what stars you can see. There's apps you can download on smartphones to take dark sky readings, upload them to the site, and it'd be a great opportunity to get out with the family and enjoy the valley at night. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Doug, we work in 37 on Viking Drive. I just want to clarify that tonight you guys are voting on a text amendment as was in the public record or notice, but it was also amending the map, a land use map, and that wasn't very clear to the public. I think that you should recognize that this is a very big deal, what you just voted on. Neither the residents nor the applicant, for what Charlie said, if I understand correctly, were asking for or promoting the idea of changing the neighborhood zoning or the land use map. So I ask why. The driving force seems to be coming from the planning department, and Charlie said he has no pride in the authorship, and I appreciate that, Charlie. So I ask, who is left that does want this? You just voted on something. I don't see anyone that actually wants this. The village node and the general plan at Nordic Valley was not perceived by the, I believe that it was not perceived by the public to overtake the existing community. It was there as a node for the village, for the base of the ski area. I don't think anyone envisioned it growing beyond that. If the street map extends beyond the proposed base area, I would propose that you add to the text amendment, no leapfrogging, as Scott mentioned. So you can't just piecemeal. It needs to grow in an organized manner. If you're going to leave that street map, you need to add that amendment. And I think, anyways, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm a little, and I'm just being, I say this respectfully, but I'm a little discouraged by the amount of time spent talking about parking and architecture, little clauses. That's super small stuff that the state rules override anyways, and very, very little about some of the very, very important issues that you guys just voted on. There's almost no discussion. And I'm very, I'll be talking to the commissioners about that, and I'm not real happy. So thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Any remarks from the planning commissioners? Do you have a comment you'd like to make?
Once again, resident of Nordic Valley. Just one thing, I know that you guys just voted for this, so some things maybe can't change, but as we're considering impacts to the future, one thing I just wanted to point out and are looking up at the statements there in public services and public trust and serving the public. And I understand development has to happen, the valley has to grow. I'm not opposed to that. I'm a skier. I'm not opposed to even all aspects of the village development. There are aspects of this that I don't think are being considered, and I understand, we've talked in the past about sea of houses and development has to occur in the valley. The 16,000 homes have to go somewhere. With Nordic Valley, though, the vast majority, it would be nice to have an understanding of how many of the units through the valley could move into this village. The other village development areas, I think, are serving the general public and the interest of the public because units can be transferred in maintaining that overall density of the valley. In this region, the vast majority of the density is being transferred from the ski resort. I don't think it is this sea of houses situation that we're comparing when we talk about the interpretation of the 2016 general plan. When you look at the view of Nordic Valley and transferring homes, the dispersed development that I think would be very costly. I'm also a little confused on the county would be required to maintain those roads. But regardless, the 2016 plan, I think, should factor in those. And I know we talked about the water issues, but the 2016 plan addressed if the 2019 Utah Geological Study addressing water provides different information, which I know you talked about drilling laterally to get water, which would likely be pumped. I think the overall plan to serve the public's best interests should look at really that overall economic picture of looking at water infrastructure, sewage. I don't disagree with all aspects of development. I still think it's going to be a great area. I appreciate having the time to talk. So even if this happens, I still think it's going to be a great area. I just think that we're rushing it through and that we could probably do it better to overall represent the Weber County public. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, just quickly. About last fall, you guys approved the stream corridor setback reduction. That hadn't made it to the county commission until today. That was finally approved, which basically allows for subdivisions that had that area platted on the maps, that they will not have to go before the Board of Adjustment to get variances for that. So it kind of helps things along.
Thank you. Cortland?
I just want to apologize for my horrible example of the different zones. Charlie's probably sitting there thinking, what's he saying? Basically, all I was trying to clarify is, yes, you are adopting zoning regulations here that are binding if you adopt them as far as the colors on the streets and that, and that it would be a two-step process to get that changed. It would be amending the zoning map or the zoning text and then the rezone. So I said that very poorly in my comment a few seconds ago,
Now
but
to clarify, I'm sure you brought up a question. So if I'm in the orange zone and I don't need to, I can still build a house there.
you can do whatever is allowed under that orange street color.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you wanted to change to be able to do what it's allowed in a red street color or a yellow street color, you'd have to get the map changed through basically a map amendment and then
apply to go to that.
And then apply to go to that zone. Anyway, I apologize for butchering that, Charlie.
You did a great job, and I
Thank-
like steak, so butchering's all right.
With that, we adjourn. Thanks. Discussion for.